Master of the day of judgment. I got the power. Allahu Akbar. I got the power. That power. Power, power. Unity is the key. First to create the universe. First to be first. First to get earth. First on the earth. First to make it work. First to give it worth. First to write a verse. First to do research. First to rehearse. First things first. This is your brother Elder Blacklight. I want to try not to be too long, but I want to be very, very strong. On today's menu, we're going to get into Brother Steve Coakley again. Also, we're going to tell you why color matters. A lot of you think color don't matter. A lot of you think the only color that matters is green. You won't be seeing them greenbacks no more. I'm telling you. A lot of you think that you think that Jesus is going to come back. To save you. A lot of you think that your nature, your very nature is sinful. That's what the church be teaching. But I'm going to tell you what Jesus was really saying. Jesus was saying, Assalamu alaikum, peace be unto you. That word peace has a lot of depth to it. It really means divine order. When you got divine order, when you in divine order, you're in peace. Because we done lost our creativity. We done lost our imagination. We done lost the very thought process. So we're going to reason together. Now that word reason, we're going to define reason. It's a Latin word. It has many reasons. That word reason has 4 or 5 definitions, maybe 6. Let me run them off to you right quick. An explanation, number 1, an explanation of an act, idea, or etc. Number 2, a cause or motive. Number 3, ability to think, draw a conclusion. That was number 3. This is number 4. Good sense. Number 5, sanity. Sanity. To think logically about, analyze. We're talking about the word reason and the many definitions. To argue or refer, stand to reason. To be logical also means wise. The word reason. I'm not trying to be a preacher or a messenger or the messenger, but I want to be a counselor and a custodian and the elder of Supreme Council of Community Communications. The altar to the unknown God is a yearning to know. The unrevealed word. The altar to the unknown God is a yearning to know. The unrevealed word. I had a last Thursday, I had a discussion with this young lady, and she said, the last thing she said was she don't want to know. A lot of people think what you don't know won't hurt you, but actually what you don't know will kill you. You're supposed to know, seek knowledge from the cradle to the grave. Now, Israel has the whole planet in siege. A lot of you can't feel it. You just want the Super Bowl. Reason why you can't feel it, and it's not in your consciousness, is because you don't want it to be. You think it'll just go away. It won't go. This is not going to go away. Remember I told you in my past videos, I said Texas never wanted to be a part of the Union. They're still fighting the Civil War. That's what this whole thing is about the border. You know, Texas can sustain itself. It has enough oil and natural resources to sustain itself from the Union. And there's a whole lot of more, I don't know, is Texas Southern? Yeah, Southern states that are joining with Texas about that border situation. And I told you that black people need to stay out of white people's politics, form our own government with Allah, God, at the head. But a whole lot of our brothers and sisters are going to be proxies for the white man. You think the white man, because he put you in a key position, that he'll stand with you. The Illuminati, the Zionists, they're not loyal to no one or no country. Every day you say pledges in some big event. You pledge the American flag and the Constitution. But if you are an ally of democracy, you are an ally of the Zionists, Israelis, aka the Caucasoid, the caveman. Because your melanin matters. Color matters. Fannie Willis, we got disrupted. Fannie Willis. Now, before I get into her, I want you to know that Trump, Biden, both of them are corrupt. That same young lady I was talking about, I had the discussion. She gonna vote for Biden. She said she's voting for the lesser of two evils. I say, you know, evil is evil. Now we was in a church discussing this, and she think that everybody is evil. Everybody is sinful. You were born into sin. She really don't understand the context or the true meaning of that Bible verse, born in sin and shaped in iniquity. We were brought over here 400 years. And I was explaining this to her about our enslavement. And she said, oh, that's 400 years ago, and you still talking about that? And she's still talking about Jesus gonna come back, and that's been 2,000 years ago. But I didn't want to argue with her, so I remained silent on a whole lot of her points she was trying to get across to me. I was trying to get her to see certain things, but she was fighting against it. You know, the church, the preacher has a gravy train going for itself. And he think that if he's loyal to the devil, because really the preacher really don't believe in a higher order or a higher power or a supreme being. He don't believe in that. And if he do believe in a supreme being, the supreme being he believes in is up in imaginary heaven in the sky. And he can't see no other way. Some people really do really believe that Jesus is God. But Jesus, he'll tell you himself that he's not God. Here go a verse right here. Jesus said unto them, if God were your father, ye would love me, for I proceeded forth and came from God. He didn't say he was God, he said he came from God. Neither come of myself, but he sent me. Why do ye not understand my speech? Even because ye cannot hear my words, ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abideth not in the truth, because there is not truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. And because I tell you the truth, ye believe me not. Which of you convinces me of sin? If I say the truth, why do ye not believe me? He that is a God heareth God's words. Now, let me say that again. He that is of God heareth God's word. Ye therefore hear them not, because ye are not of God's. I don't know why I put the S on there. But anyway, not of God. Uh, do you understand what Jesus was saying right there? He was saying something similar to this right here, what I'm saying. My word is my bond. I will give my life before my word shall fail. I am therefore our soldier in the nation of Islam. My duty is to unite my people, black people. You see, I got to try to make you righteous. If you feel like you're unrighteous, I got to try to make you righteous. And when you feel or know that you're striving to be righteous, then the righteous, I will strive to unite. because we came over here in chains in an uncivilized uh, country that came out the mind of the Caucasian. You know that country is a concept. You know, it's a concept. A nation don't have to have land to be a nation. A nation is a group of people. Uh, a race is a group of people that's not going to be here for long. So they run a race. They got a expiration date, and that's the Caucasian. So he's excelling his wrath or siege on the planet. He's talking about climate control. We got a different take on that climate control. And they don't never mention God no more in all these wars because they put themselves up as God. And the black man and woman pray to them as gods. But yet and still they say they pray to Jesus or the Creator. But they pray to America. And they pledge allegiance to America. And they don't pledge allegiance to God. You pledge allegiance to the Constitution. Well, the Constitution is broken. Ever since the Rothschilds pushed the Federal Reserve Act, and when they pushed that Federal Reserve Act, they broke the Constitution because the Rothschilds and the Federal Reserve has nothing to do with the federal United States. But it sounds like it do. But they running things. The Federal Reserve is running the whole planet. And they're not loyal to no one. They're not loyal to no one but themselves. And Allah is making it known today. You can see it. If you quit running away from the truth, you can see it. A lot of you see it but don't believe. You don't want to believe. You're scared because you know the responsibility that you have to put forth. You know that you have to put forth a responsibility. And a lot of people don't want that responsibility. Only the brave ones have the gumption and the guts to deal with the Rothschilds and the Zionist Jews and the Zionist Christians. So every time you get caught up into that trick bag they call democracy, and you vote, which thousands of our people is going to do, you're going to end up like Fannie Willis, fighting the battle on the front line for Biden. And Biden showed you that he don't care for nobody. We're going to go back to Maui. Remember, not too long ago, they had a big fire in Maui and didn't tell nobody what was happening, and a lot of people lost their lives. And then the rich boule, like Oprah, bought up a whole lot of land in Maui that was untouched by the fire. Only the poor people, and you ain't heard nothing from him since. And I think Biden said he's going to give a family $700 a piece. Don't quote me on that, because I don't forgot. It's been a kind of long time ago. But it was a menial amount of money that Biden was going to give the survivors of that fire in Maui. And the press ain't went back to it because the press is bought off, you know. And so we got a lot of brothers and sisters that became mayor of New York, Chicago, and they took it upon themselves because they greedy for that dollar to make their city a sanctuary city for the migrants. They couldn't handle it. One brother had a nervous breakdown. That brother in Chicago, the mayor in Chicago, I forgot his name. He had a nervous breakdown. And Fannie Willis, what's her name? Yeah, Fannie Willis, or Fannie Willis. She got busted with her hand in the cookie jar. You know. And she went to church, black church, you know. See, a black church shouldn't be political. I want to ask you something. Was Jesus political? Jesus wasn't political. He was spiritual. He was trying to tell you about the supreme being. And the power you have within yourself, because you're supposed to be of the supreme being or from the creator. Your DNA goes all the way back to the creator. But he was talking to those Jews, though. He wasn't talking to us, because the Jews he was trying to civilize those Jews, just like Moses was trying to civilize the Israelis, the Jews. And so Fannie Willis, she had Trump on the hot seat. Now she on the hot seat. And those mayors in New York and Chicago, one brother had it wasn't no nervous breakdown, but it was a panic attack. Yeah. So the Federal Reserve by executive order of the president issued April the 5th, 1933, all persons are required to deliver on or before May the 1st, 1933. Now I want to ask the churches, the what is it? The word, the word, I think it's the World Banking Forum or something to that effect. Want to issue out cards instead of money now. They want to go to that, and they experimenting with it right now. A lot of you got cards instead of money, cash. Y'all getting paid with these cards. So when that take a hold, they might do you like they did the gold. It says here, on or before May the 1st, 1933, all gold coins, gold bullions, and gold certificates now owned by them to the Federal Reserve Bank branch or agency or to the member bank of the Federal Reserve System. Now, this was ordered by Franklin D. Roosevelt. You have to turn your money, your gold in for a certificate. Well, you might have to turn your dollar bills in for a card. Now, if you didn't, if you got caught hoarding gold or silver, it didn't say silver, but say if you got caught hoarding gold, there are criminal penalties for violation of executive order, $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment, or both. That's provided in Section 9. So they might do it like this. If you got a bunch of cash in the bank, they might just go into your account and take that out and issue you a card for those greenbacks. See, because inflation has ate up the dollar. You know, there's no value in the dollar no more. People all over the planet is rejecting the U.S. dollar. So they have to go to another money system. You know, some of them going to Bitcoin. You think the government is resistant? I mean, the government don't want you to have Bitcoins. That's a trick. You know, because they don't have no more. There's no more value in the dollar no more. I think they say the dollar's worth 3 cents. And other countries is using another money system. So the United States, they say we just gonna put the whole planet in siege. So they stalling you. When they say it goes before the world courts, you know, about Israel annihilating the Palestinians, and it's in court, and South Africa is supposed to be suing Israel. They say this gonna take months to come to some kind of conclusion. The judge is gonna take months. They stalling you. They're trying to get Israel in a position that they could take over all of that region and then go into Africa and take over Africa. Because they got all the resources in Africa that they need to make their system work. Talking about the United States and Israel are the same thing. That's why Allah said he's going to blow up America, annihilate America, and it's going to burn for how many years? 390 years or something to that effect. Don't quote me. Don't quote me on that. Because Israel and America are the same. Europe already in trouble. Europe is collapsing. And what's going to happen is the Sunni, the Sufi, the Shiite, and all the rest of the sects, they're going to come together. They're not going to put no Sufi in front of Muslim no more. They're not going to do that. They're just going to be Muslim. They're striving for divine order. A lot of them white people. A lot of Muslims is white. Turkey, Iran, the majority is white. So the mother plane is going to destroy America. And if you co-sign America, y'all churches co-sign the Jews, get with the Jews, because ultimately that's all they are. You know, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said the Jews were the first white people to come out the cave. There were others left in the cave. They didn't come out right away. You know, but the mother plane, the mothership connection, America already seen them. They already had a hearing on it. Not even, was it a year ago? Maybe. Not even a year ago. But they don't want to admit, because they studied Don Elijah Muhammad. They probably got this book right here. They got this book. They took a whole lot of books from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So, brothers, you can be with the devil if you want to. You can be with the devil. But time is running out on you, man. You better get with Allah. You better vote for your father. You know, don't let the devil turn you around. You got to be like Jesus in the wilderness. Get thee behind me, Satan. You know, there's enough evidence to show you that they trying to kill Jesus. I asked a sister in the church, I said, look, why did they bomb Bethlehem and didn't have Christmas? She said, because man is evil. Well, you got a whole lot of Christians that's backing up Israel. You got Biden that's backing up Israel. You paying your taxes. That money's going to promote the war. You know, it's tax season, right? A lot of y'all paying y'all taxes, man. Where you think that money's going? Then you got the border. Millions and millions crossing that border. Actually, they are invaders. You know, they are invaders. And Biden, he want to send some federal troops down there to fight the Texan National Guard over that border. So the Texans, they got about, they said 21 states backing them up, even as far as Canada. They say truck drivers coming in. I forget how many truck drivers they say coming in, but that's strange right there to me. Uh, why the truck drivers coming into it? They could haul. That could be a trick too. They could be hauling a whole lot of migrants in them trucks, them diesel trucks, semi trucks. They can haul a bunch of migrants all over. And the black people in Chicago, they fed up because they getting all the benefit. The migrants is getting all of the ex-slave, free slave benefits. So y'all can't put it together though, man. Y'all can't put it together. So I'm gonna help you put it together. See, our melanin in this climate change, what they want to call it, is going to protect us from that hot sun. But our melanin is deeper than what we think. We got powers within us. You know, we got chakras, powers that's within us. We're not like the Caucasian. He's another species. Just like you got ducks, they got feathers, they fly. Then you got crows, they fly. Then you got falcons, they fly. Then you got eagles, they fly with feathers. You know, but they different species or different, you could say tribes or nations. You know, they don't mate. You ain't gonna find an eagle mating with a duck. The black man don't supposed to mate with a Caucasian. Because a Caucasian can't mate color unless he mate with you. They say color don't mean that. Colors have vibrations to them. You know. And the melanin in your skin it's an entity unto itself, an intelligent entity. Yeah. We're gonna let the sister explain it to you. And after that, we're gonna go to Steve Coakley. I don't want to be too long because I don't want to lose you. So Let us go over here.
Master of the day of judgment. I got the power. Long Whopper. I got the power. Black power. Power, power. Unity is the key. First to create the universe. First to be first. First to give birth. First on the earth. First to make it work. First to give it worth. First to write a verse. First to do research. First to rehearse. First things first.
Today, for the same reason, our people march.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ann Brown.
Good afternoon.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to our story. And this is a series on the centralization of Africa in world history. We wanted to begin with looking at melanin, because melanin may hold the key to where we come from. So I wanted you first to kind of briefly explain to us what is melanin?
As scientists, from a scientific point of view, melanin is a biopigment that is found in all people, but there are some people that have melanin deposited in the skin. We make a difference between skin melanin and neuromelanin, which is the type that's found deep in the brain and in the nervous system. As I said, everyone has a certain amount of melanin deposited. So it is a molecule that captures light, especially ultraviolet light, and it transforms it into heat energy. And people of African origin have it in the skin. Therefore, we are tolerant of heat, and the ultraviolet rays so far do not cause any harm in the skin. People who do not have melanin deposited in the skin eventually will have a problem when the ozone layer increases, that is, the ozone holes become larger, that doesn't filter out the certain kinds of ultraviolet rays. So deeper than that, melanin is black matter. It is an organizing molecule, as Frank Barr said in his paper in Medical Hypothesis, and it is a transducer of energy. It maintains a function of organizing all other molecules and the entire aspect of life, from embryonic development all the way through human functions. So it is the most versatile pigment. That's why it's in the human system. And we study it here at Medgar Evers College. We have every Black History Month, one day we call Melanin Day. And we look at every aspect, the psychological, social, biological, biochemical, biophysical aspects of melanin as a molecule. And we put all that together and bring it together so students can understand and appreciate this pigment, so that they won't see it as the way society has socially programmed people to see it, that it is something to be ashamed of. You made the point or asked the question, if the more you have, the better off you are, or something to that effect. Not necessarily the more you have, the better off you are. We only know that those who do not have it have a problem with certain parts of the body, especially the skin, having melanin deposited in it, but it's carcinogenic. In other words, it causes melanomas, which are skin cancer, and eventually death from that, due to a lot of other series of events. So it is a protective molecule, and protection from the sun, and protection for biological activities in the human organism.
Jackie, we talking for sure?
I'm running something big. Murder big.
You safe?
We all have secrets, Ray!
You need to think long and hard about what side of this thing you're gonna be on.
Dr. Brown, I wanted to know if there was a relationship to melanin and the cosmos. Some people said that we came from stars, or we are part of stars, we're part of the cosmos. Is that dark matter in space, and does it have an impact on our being?
I believe so. From all indications that I have come upon, the deep hole, the black hole in the earth, yes. I understand that that's the source, and that's the power of the electromagnetism, and that is a melanin center. All of the soil, people have found that melanin is present in the soil. It's certainly found in different forms. Pigments are found in different forms in different plants. Thus, you have green in some, you have brown in others. As a matter of fact, most of the environmental features of life, that is in the plant world and so on, in the earth, have some form of pigment in them. The type of pigment has to do with the vibrational energy. Remember those 7 colors that we see called the electromagnetic visible spectrum? Each one radiates or vibrates at a certain frequency. The frequency at which it vibrates gives it a characteristic or a chemical property that we call color. So red vibrates at a different energy than orange, which vibrates at a different energy than yellow, which vibrates at a different energy than green, blue, indigo, and violet. And then the others are invisible of the spectrum. There's several other things that are invisible. Now, the other day, I took some green vegetables, spinach. I took some of the lettuce, the green soft leaf lettuce that doesn't have any red on it. There's a type of lettuce that has curly leaves and is very green. I took some pieces of that. some leaves of that lettuce, and then I had a fresh beet, and I put that in my blender, and I put some distilled water in that, and blended it. Let me remind you that the beet is red, just a small sliver, and that the lettuce is dark, is just a nice green. And when I blenderized those two with water to get a liquid, it turned brown, dark brown. So I'm saying that putting those two together changed the biochemical nature of it, thus the frequency, so that you can make brown out of green and red. And there's some question that people have raised that at one time, I know the ancient Egyptians have that in their writings, that their ancestors were green. So it could be that we, being of nature, way from the beginning, radiated at a frequency that made it possible that we were of a green nature somewhere. Maybe the blood cells were, I'm not sure. But the blood cells now are red. So my point is that if chlorophyll is in the humans somehow in their makeup, and it's certainly not the same humans as today, that there's some semblance of that green incorporated in this brown melanin. So red and green together will give us this eumelanin, EU melanin, which is what the scientists call it, which is in people of African origin. So EU melanin has green and red in it. So it means then that all pigments of the earth is a variation of these two universal colors, green and red. And there are other colors too. I'm saying that these are powerful colors. Put two of them together, you get the brown. Mm-hmm. So the melanin that we find that we call neuromelanin, which is deep in the brain tissue, like in the locus ceruleus and the substantia nigra, which is in the midbrain area, and in what we call the fourth ventricle, we find the locus ceruleus. Those are centers that sort of direct the function and the activity of the brain and its neuronal tissue and the cells that are there. So I believe from the evidence that I have seen and studied that, and some of the research that is, that people of African origin, that is the highly melanated people, have a much stronger, and that chemistry is eumelanin. Whereas the other people have pheomelanin, which is a melanoid, which is a form of, or a degradation of, a type of a melanin. Melanoid means a form of the original melanin, which is eumelanin. That means good melanin, deficient, that takes all the sun rays and the sun vibrational energy in, and then the body uses it to transduce itself into heat and other kinds of forms of energy. So I did recently research in melanin in the inner ear. Mm-hmm. And the inner ear is where the hearing apparatus is, and also the apparatus for balance and equilibrium. Mm-hmm. And every one of the centers, without naming them to get too technical, every one of the centers in the inner ear, those cells that cause functions to occur, where the hair cells that have to do with electrical current being generated through nerves to the brain, all of them are endowed with melanated cells and melanocytes. Those are cells that produce and mature melanin in granules. So all of these centers in the inner ear have melanins. They studied that concept using melanated mice or rats and different other kinds of animals versus albino animals. And as I said, in different animals, almost all of the vertebrates that we study in the lab, they have looked at that melanin in those ones that have pigment and those that don't have the pigment. And they found that those that don't have the pigment, after a certain amount of time, they lose the melanocytes, they deteriorate, thus the hearing is lost. And they made a relationship between balance also. So this eumelanin is quite original. I mean, it's real, and it's found throughout the earth and throughout the entire environment, from the heavens all the way down, including the people that were first here. We come from way, 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 way back. Mm-hmm. As the Dogon people in Mali said, that we come from the star Sirius. Mm-hmm. And from what I have examined, that if South America and Africa If you push them together like a puzzle, it's one landmass. So if we were peoples on the earth in that area, when the continental drift separated those two continents, then South America has the original people in it. Africa has the original people in it. And with time, people mix up. So there were African people, melanated people that were original in this part we call South America, as well as Africa. We know Africa because much of the slave trade and the capturing of people of color came from there and still are there. Brazil, of course, has more people than any other place outside of Africa in South America, but many of them migrated there through different reasons, slavery and etc. So that research showing that melanin is in all parts of the body of melanated people, it's stronger. We don't lose the hearing as easily, and the nervous system holds up better unless circumstances that we do to destroy that. So, whether there are genes that are changing now, I haven't looked at that as clearly or as closely as I would want to. I'm going to take a look at that later, whether there's any evidence to show that we're changing with time, our genes are changing, thus the human organism is changing. I would think slowly, because changes are very slow. Sometimes you don't get to see the changes until way later. So that may be possible, but I would have to look at that. And relative to melatonin is not melanin. Melatonin is supposed to be a hormone-like chemistry that is released, or like a neurotransmitter substance that is released from the pineal gland, which is located deep in the brain in an area we call the diencephalon. Diencephalon connects the brain stem, which is the ancient part of the brain, to the cerebral hemispheres. So right in between that is the diencephalon. And the thalamus, the epithalamus, the hypothalamus, and so on, the dorsal thalamus, these are all a part of that diencephalon. Well, hanging off the roof of that diencephalon is a small cone-like organ. It used to be called the conarium, but it is now known as the pineal gland. It's easier to remember and so on. And that gland, one of our researchers in our school, up at the medical school that I went to, her project was to look at the cells that make up the pineal gland. She found that the individual cells that called pinealocytes that make up the pineal gland are very similar to the rods and the cones of the eyes. Now, if you look at certain lower vertebrates, they have what they call the third eye, meaning this eye is 1 and 2. And right in between is a third eye, and that third eye sits just on top of the head of certain vertebrates, and it bulges out. And under feeding that eye itself is one melanocyte. In some cases, more than one. But I'm saying melanocytes are the ones that make the melanin that feeds that eye, so that eye is able to pick up sensation. Let me go back to the pine. So they call it the third eye because of that. Now, in humans, I'm finished. Okay, that in humans, instead of an eye sitting up on the forehead, that third eye pineal internalized as the human form developed from up to this higher form of life. See, those other creeping vertebrates are a little lower form in the chain of evolution or a chain of development and complexity. So our pineal now does a similar thing as the pineal in the vertebrates, and that is seen in children, that children between the ages of birth and about 7 to 9 years old, the pineal gland and part of the brain that exposes light and energy to the pineal directly, that membrane is open. Those two bony pieces we call the parietal lobe of the skull, there's a membrane there, and it's still separated a little bit. So light can travel down and strike the pineal gland, releasing the pineal's essence that puts the child in touch with ESP and so on. So the child becomes very sensitive to its environment. And then when it gets to be between 7 and 9 years old, then those two bones seal together to make a suture. And so that cuts away that space that it had prior to. And that's why children are much more sensitive to their environment, sensitive to the mother's feelings about it. When the mother's angry, the child can pick it up and so on, because it's at its highest and keenest sensitivity to its environment. If it were put out amongst animals when it's a baby and so on, it would be very sensitive and keen to the surrounding, just like the animal that had the third eye, the frog. The frog can tell when there's something approaching, and because of that pineal sensitivity that picks up that vibration from some enemy, so it tends to try to get away from it. So humans then, it has become internalized, but it can be, that pineal gland and its essence can be activated through meditation and cleansing the body from toxins and so on. And then you'll have a stronger sense. You get in touch with the highest energy we call cosmic energy. And when that pineal gland, which sits at the end of a stalk of neurons called the habenula stalk, it's at the end here. When it gets activated, it stands on its end and it vibrates at a certain frequency. And when that happens, it pours out its essence, its energy, into all of the other brain centers, which puts you in touch with the highest form of knowing. Actually, you can train yourself to get that way. And they call that ESP, extrasensory perception. They call it clairvoyance and other kinds of forms that are like they call paranormal psychology. But anyway, it's real because it is, you can see it in churches when people, when you play the music and the minister says certain things and people start to speak in tongues and shout and so on. That's the time when you are experiencing that essence of the pineal gland pouring out its substance into all of the brain centers, including the cerebral cortex, which puts you in touch with intelligence and awareness and consciousness. The consciousness is raised. You're the way you are. You are one way that you're never when you're walking about your regular life and so on. So the pineal sites that this young lady was studying produces that melatonin. Now, melatonin really bleaches the skin of lower vertebrates, but that melatonin is thought to have some kind of response on the melanocytes, and it's a night hormone. It's produced in the dark. So my understanding of it is that it has the melatonin in the dark has an influence on the melanocytes. And the melanocytes tend to do their work much better in laying down the chemistry of melanin in little vesicles called melanosomes, and then depositing that slowly on the skin or ready to deposit. So when the light hits you, then it puts it there and makes more of it. It's already developed, but it makes more of it. When the light and the sun and all of that is the major force behind all life and activity. So that the darker, or if you're medium color skin, you get out in the sun, you have the wherewithal for the body to generate that melanin and produce it on the skin, you'll get darker. But if you don't have the right kind of chemistry, meaning the eumelanin, then you're not going to get dark in the sun. You're going to get red or you're going to burn. Everybody will when the height of the sun is there. But I'm saying that people that have the melanated people, that is, they have the type of cells with the kind of chemistry where they can produce melanin when it's activated by the sunlight. So sunlight is very, very important.
Now, you said so much, so go ahead. I want you to finish again.
Yes, I want to finish the melatonin issue. Now there's a big hype commercially. It's mainly to make, for economic reasons. The melatonin that people claim they're taking is really not the melatonin that's produced by the melanin, by the pineal gland, because it's very, very little. And you cannot capture it, from the person. So whatever they are putting there, it must be the laboratory design melatonin, the synthetic type stuff. Like many laboratory drugs are designed in the lab. So they copy the chemistry of the real thing. And there's probably some other things they add to it so that it's supposed to slow down aging. It's supposed to help you with your circadian pattern. If you fly from China here and you lose track with your homeostasis of the body, then taking this melatonin is supposed to help you catch up to where you are supposed to be in time. So, and it's supposed to, as I said, slow down aging and some other functions that it has. So it's a big hype commercially. I don't think African people need to take that. We can't gravitate and load our system down with a whole lot of chemicals to destroy the biochemical milieu that we have in order for our cells to make what they need to make. In other words, if we eat the vegetation of the earth containing all these pigments I talked about in chemistry, that you will have the raw materials for your cells to replenish themselves, including the melanocytes. All the cells will replenish themselves because they have the raw material from the food that you take in, especially if it's from nature and not fire cooked. So by eating that which is in nature, melanated people can regenerate their whole cellular components and resupply the body with the cells that have lost their efficiency if we eat from nature, because we're people of nature, people of the sun.
Dr. Brown, you have really opened up a tremendous area for thought. So I want to go back over some of these things because I just got to ask you a little deeper. You said there's a difference between the two types of melanin. Can you touch on that a little further? Are you saying that there's an original melon? All people had this black melon, and then other melons mutated from it since it has the highest vibration.
No, I don't think we can say that. I don't know of the evidence to say that everybody came from black melanin.
Well, what I wanted to say is that they said that Africa produced the first human beings. Can you use that melanin? That's a theory.
That's one theory. There are other theories.
Okay, can you use that melanin to kind of support if you have? Well, go. You see where I'm going. You can explain.
Well, only thing I'm saying is that the original people who came from, and the Dogon people say we came from star Sirius B. It may be correct that people had to, as Chekhov Diop says, the people around Lake Victoria and in the eastern part of Africa, where people are thought to have been found by the skulls and the archaeology, the archaeological remains that they found, had to have been melanated. So it means then if the first people were deposited on the earth in that area, they had to have been melanated for probably a lot of reasons. And because they were the only ones and they had that pigmentation in that area, and other people were elsewhere where there's no pigmentation. I don't buy the theory that everybody comes from one species of persons called man. It's kind of hard to reconstruct the fact that there's some people that have many other differences in form and no pigment, etc., hair and all like that, to show that was an evolutionary mutational change. It's very difficult for me to establish in my own mind. I think that there may have been two creations. I'm not too sure. One original one and one using some of the things from the original people to produce another people or to make another people. That may be possible. May have been possible because of the vast differences between the outcome. And we differ based on some mixing in and so on and so forth. But when you have a whole group of people, whole population of people that have features that are similar, and those similarities you cannot seem to connect back. It would suggest that there was some other kind of creation or some other kind of process that was carried out sometime in history. You know, I mean, all that evidence we don't.
Now that's where you get Jacob, Jacob, in the Bible. It's right there in the Bible. And one day we're going to go over this again, but we're going to have the Bible handy. We're going to go to that spot where Jacob took from us the Caucasoid. What's she talking about? Yeah, Jacob made the white man from the black man. And that process, he produced brown, red, and yellow. And the Caucasoid is the last to come out of us.
Have it may be someplace hidden, I don't know. But people say that we all came from Africans, but that's a theory, and I don't really buy that one.
Well, I want to talk about the different kinds of melanin.
Okay,
And how one, it may be repeating yourself, but I wanted to get a deeper understanding.
Okay.
How one melon is the difference between. I'm a little thick. So.
Okay, no, you're fine. You're asking good questions. EU melanin.
Yeah.
EU melanin. EU prefix. That's the scientists call one type EU melanin, which is U melanin. And that melanin is defined as brown to black pigment.
Okay.
And then there's the second kind called pheomelanin, which is dusky melanin. It is not brown to black. It may tend to be red or some other variation of that. And the scientific, the National Academy of Sciences had a whole issue on different kinds of melanin and the types and the classes of them, with the people put into each group that they fit under that melanin, like the red people, the yellow people, and so on. They have different kinds of melanin. But the real true melanin, according to that prefix, is eumelanin, which is brown to black, which is the melanin that African peoples have.
Now, what can it do that perhaps the other melanin
Okay, all right. So it can capture light. It can filter out certain kinds of the light that is not conducive for the human organism to function. And then it organizes all of the systems, because it's found in areas where function is very strong. So it can organize systems and organize functions in the human organism because of the chemistry of that. It's very strong. It has sulfur in it. It has hydrogens in it. And we are the people of the sun. The sun generates hydrogens down and helium down, which means that our melanin is part and parcel hydrogens and heliums, or hydrogens mainly, and other things, sulfur and so on. So our melanin is what they call true because it protects us. We don't get melanomas from it. And we can stand the sun a great deal of time without any problems for the most part. Whereas the pheomelanin is a form of eumelanin, meaning if we put them in one category, we have to say a form of eumelanin, although it doesn't necessarily mean that pheomelanin came from eumelanin. In a sense, maybe sort of halfway. You know, if certain people were a second creation, then they have taken some from the eumelanin group and some from something else and created this new kind of people with the pheomelanin. So there's a difference in chemistry and functions of pheomelanin. It doesn't capture the light energy and filter out certain harmful rays, ultraviolet rays. It tends to take it in and cause problems, for example, of explosion in the skin that we call cancer. It will turn black in those melanoma tumors, but it cannot be deposited smoothly throughout the body like eumelanin can in African people and other kinds of people that have brown color.
So black people who want to use skin lightness and lighten themselves up, what are they doing to themselves? I mean,
well, that's based on this Eurocentric model that whiteness is what one needs to get to and be and become. So that's based mainly on what Francis Cress called Francis Cress Welsing called white supremacy racism, meaning then that 1/10 of the world's population is without melanin and 9/10 have the pigment. And so the 1/10, and also they're small in numbers, meaning 1/10. So there's an attempt to create a kind of protection to prevent genetic annihilation. That is, if the ones that don't have it mix with those that do have it, then you're going to lose that population of that 1/10. It's going to get less and less and less. So rules and laws are made to prevent genetic annihilation of that people that call themselves, white and so on, Caucasian people. Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, it does in a way, but I wondered, are people, say like Michael Jackson, who did a change in his pigment?
Yes.
What kind of harm are they doing? Because all over Africa, people are using skin creams to lighten themselves.
Okay. I get back to the point now. I understand what you're asking. That because of the domination of racism and white supremacy by a group of people who made it so, that kind of psychosocial concept has permeated the entire globe, that one needs to be without a pigment, white. And so that shows that kind of internalization has occurred throughout the world. So that's a strong force that's generated by the people that are ruling, that are in charge. That if you're white, you're right, and if you're black, you're down, and so on. So Michael Jackson and these people, to be accepted, and that happened when I was growing up too, at that time, to be accepted, then you have to get as closer to whiteness as you can to get jobs, so that you're socially and psychologically as well accepted. Then you need to go closer and closer towards the lightness, because they abhorred blackness or darkness. So that's just a social cultural kind of construct that people have internalized, and they're using that as a positive way of accepting people.
What is the damage?
The damage that it can do to the whole body is, as I said, it can destroy functions in the body. And one has to look closer to one who does that to see what damage it does in that person's body. Michael Jackson may have gotten some kind of body condition. I haven't kept up with what the doctors say he has, lupus or whatever, but it can create various body conditions because it's a functional molecule. It functions in the nervous system, in the endocrine system, in the digestive system, in the kidney system, in the reproductive system, and all of those systems. So it has to do then with what part of the system that was weak enough to become damaged as a result of your bleaching the skin on a consistent basis. See, you have to put the chemical or the toxin there on a consistent basis. That's one of the things of taking medication. You must have the medication at a certain concentration for a certain period of time in order for that thing to show some kind of efficacy. So what I'm saying is that when you consistently take something or use something on your skin or in your hair or wherever, then with time you destroy the natural original function of that particular area that you are exposing to a chemical. And then some damage we don't have to give it a name, but I'm saying some damage can occur as a result of the use of some chemical poison consistently.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you, in ancient times, and I'm going because today, even in Africa, the Twa people actually can communicate with one another and through method to method, and they don't really have to do a lot of talking. And that's present. So when we had an active pineal gland, and I'm presupposing that we once had an active pineal gland, what would be some of the possibilities? And I'm looking at that model that people of deeply pigmented skin, people who had an active pineal gland along with the melanin?
Well, I wouldn't put the pineal as the major focus here. I mean, everybody, most of us have an active pineal gland. That's why it's there in the head. It's doing a particular function. Let me interject a study that was done in America and East Africa and in Asian area, where they looked at pineal calcification. The gland got inactive, a little rigid, so therefore it can't make melatonin and serotonin. But they found, and if we had a bar graph, I can show you that, but they found that about 65% of Caucasian people, the pineal gland had calcified in those that they studied. And about 18 to 20% in the Asians, it had calcified in that group they studied. And in the African peoples, less than 10% had calcified in African people. Now, I don't know their shade and all like that, whether they're light-skinned, those African people or not. But this certainly suggests that the pineal calcifies in Caucasian people before it does in the less so in Asians and even less in African people.
The question was, because the TWAR can still
okay, all right, I understand.
That pineal gland seems to heighten us in terms of our ability.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that I wouldn't attribute that only to the pineal gland. I attribute that to the eumelanin and these people's closeness to nature, the kind of lifestyle they live, that is outdoors for the most part, and nomadic in most cases, and also the type of foods that they eat that keeps them more pure from all of the junk foods that we take in that destroy the body and doesn't add anything good to us as far as remaking the functions that we need to keep going in the body. So the Twa people are more in touch with nature and the natural things of the environment, which is what we have gotten away from because we're brought here to the North American environment. And then we have been diluted with other cultures and other people's way of living, which is more artificial. So that we've lost a lot as a result. You go to the Dogon people in Mali, these people are closer to nature, they are unmixed, and they live by the laws of nature, and they communicate with nature, and so they have less bodily degeneracy, in a sense. You see, I'm saying that the more artificial we become, that is in foods, in our lifestyles, and our thinking, and so on, the more degenerate we will become. Cancer and all other kinds of diseases. Whereas people, if you look at the people in the hinterland, in the rural areas, in the back areas, so to speak, of Africa, these people are much more healthy, have less cancers, and so on, than people who have come to the city and migrated. When I took pathology at the medical school, the professor showed us with charts and graphs and tables that different people that come from different other parts of Europe and elsewhere, mostly Europeans he was talking about, and Asians, when they come to this country, if they had no cancer in their particular part, they come to this country, they start to have all the forms of cancer that the Western society now experiences. So it means then that when you change from your natural environment, eating things closest to nature, and come to a place like North America, where we are so inundated with artificial type foods and lifestyles, and get away from our essence of nature and spirituality, then we become less, become more degenerate and eventually diseased.
Does that mean then that Western society is slowly dying? I mean, what does that indicate?
It indicates a degeneracy, thus all the diseases that they claim that is present in this society or this culture. Sure, they become more degenerate.
Dr. Brown, it said that that there's more magnetic energy coming from the sun into the earth, and that magnetic energy has an effect on our physical being. Can you kind of talk to us about that, and if you can relate it to melanin, if melanin has any protection for it or whatever?
The magnetic energy, that you're talking about, or the electromagnetic spectrum, which is generated from the earth and from the environment, has to do a lot with the amount that's liberated from the atmosphere and nature out there. Has a lot to do with the pulse of the earth. The pulse of the earth has to do with thinking of the total thinking of the peoples in the earth sets the pulse. And as the pulse changes, the energy has to keep in line with that. It has to be a balance. Oh, I'm turning my head. It has to be a balance between the pulse and the energy of the people that are present on this earth and the energy they're using and that electromagnetic force. So that changes based on the pulse of the people. So the melanin, however, is protected from certain strong electromagnetic currents that are generated on the earth. In other words, we're grounded because we have melanin. Grounded simply means that the amount of electromagnetic force coming from the earth through the lower part of your body versus that from the upper part of the body is in balance in melanated people. And you mentioned about the Twa people that can communicate by mental telepathy, distances and so on. And I wanted to say on that's because they are less contaminated than we are here in the Western world. They live more close to nature. The melanin is working for them as a force, as a current. It's in line with the electromagnetism where they are, which is different than the electromagnetic current here. And the reason why this one is different is because we have so much artificial electromagnetic force that we have introduced in the society. All of these sirens, infrared light that are in all of the police cars, the fire engines, the phones that we use to the cellular phones and so on. All of these are putting a certain amount of artificial current in, destroying and diluting away the electromagnetic field. In those cultures where they don't have all of this technology, they are closest to the electromagnetic current and the pulse in that particular area. But there's an overall general pulse in the world, and we are affected here more because we're in a different climate than, say, the Africans or the Twa people or the Grimaldi people or the Dogon people in Africa. They are less contaminated there, and the force of nature is more in balance with how the people's pulse is in that part of the world. Thus, they can communicate. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The less contaminated the environment, the natural environment, the better the conditions of health and function and survival of the people in that area. The trees are not cut down, the pollution of the waters and the earth is not the case in those places, whereas here, greed has created a kind of contamination that's irreversible, health-wise and otherwise. So it changes the electromagnetic tone of the earth because you're killing it with the pollution, diluting it with chemicals, and that's no good for the forces that come from the earth and nature that speaks to us. The earth is alive. It's a living matter. So it's speaking to us, and that's why I said it has a pulse. And that pulse is picked up, and that pulse is determined by the tone of thinking of those in the universe, or in especially this part of the world.
That's amazing. I've heard something about it, but no one has explained it quite like you have. But you are saying that our thinking affects the earth?
Absolutely.
Can you expand on that a little bit?
All right. I'll try to. I'm saying that there's a lessening of the spirituality. Spirituality means that we communicate with spirit and with wisdom from the Creator. There's less of this here, so we have lost that opportunity to create a kind of or a pristine kind of thinking. We've lost that. So that changes how the earth responds to us, how the forces, electromagnetic forces that control our movement on the earth and our uprightness on the earth. In other words, when you walk, there's a certain kind of energy that keeps you where you are in addition to your body parts. So as you change as the thinking goes, the pulse or the tone of the universe is going to be thereby affected by the thought processes that are put out there in the universe. In other words, every thought you put out there adds to that dilemma that I'm talking about. If it's negative thought, resentment, if it's war, if it's individual negative thinking that people have, all of that goes out there in the universe. That's what I'm saying.
So that we have all these violent thoughts, and if you don't do what I want you to do, I'll send my army over and bomb you. If you don't allow me to come in and take over your economy, I'll shoot you down, and I project all this up into satellites, and everybody sees it around the world. Right. Are you saying that this now is affecting?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The more of that we find, the worse a particular culture is going to be, similar to Sodom and Gomorrah in the Bible, and then eventually that culture dilapidates.
All right, so then you are not then that much worried that the apparent plans to commit genocide on African people here and abroad will be successful.
It will be to a certain degree, but remember, it will balance out. In other words, you reach a certain threshold level where it won't happen anymore. The forces will stop it. And we see it all the time. You know, you've seen people that we've lost and so on. We're sorry they're gone and so on, but they have to go, if I may say it that way. So there's a certain weeding out by those that have that kind of plan, and it seems as if it's successful, but at some point the Creator puts a stop to that thing and it turns around. In other words, if you seed the earth with melanated people that have the wherewithal to continue a species forever, then you cannot destroy that species completely. You understand what I'm saying? If we were the first people put here so that we can maintain a balance on this earth, that's probably why we were put here on this planet, to maintain a certain degree of homeostatic balance here, and knowing that there will be other forces that would upset that. Therefore, we're here for a reason that's very, very important. So there will be a certain number of us who will go, and maybe we have to pay for certain prices to go. And then at some point that we will not be totally decimated. So people of color must be here on this earth for the earth to maintain itself in orbit. That's how I see it.
So, and then these are the last questions I will ask you relative to melanin. But the ancients, say for an example, the Egyptians, but we know that we built civilization long before we culminated in those great edifices like the pyramids and etc. But what would you say contributed so much to their ability to build those great edifices?
From what I have thought on that issue, and there are other things that I'm also toying with, I think these people were more in tune with the laws of nature, laws of the universe, the laws of health. There are laws there. There are laws of physics and laws of nature that controls how things move in nature. Otherwise, the sun would fall out, come down and hit the earth, at a time, or the moon would change colors and do other things. So there are laws that holding things in abeyance. Uh, so the ancient Egyptians and other people at that time were high cultured people, high meaning high civilization, had abilities that were more towards a natural kind of harmony of based on what we call laws of physics and other laws that we don't know about. So they had that ability to perceive. Their perception was more in tune with the universe. So they were able to build edifices that, based on certain laws that we have lost and cannot, regenerate again. So it has to do with the times and the period in which they existed, that they had this high culture, and then it started to go downhill to where we are now. And remember, we are pulled away from our center by other people who are put here for a function. They're doing a particular thing, and they're here doing it. And at some point, that will pass off too. So that sort of pulls our energy away from ourselves because they're controlling and pulling it away. We have no choice in that, except individually. So it's an overall thing that's happening in the universe where that's being pulled away from, where our energy is, shall we say, diluted, or our energy is, or our ability is suppressed. We are oppressed and suppressed.
Now, forgive me for interrupting at this point, if you're listening. I think the seventh day is the time. We're in the seventh day, the day of judgment. This is the time that we must unite and build a new heaven and a new earth. The window of opportunity is open for us to do it while the world is in supreme chaos, while there's a siege on the planet, while the Caucasoid is trying to race before his end is up, because he only has 6,000 years. We in the seventh day. I know some brothers and sisters that are Seventh-day Adventists, but I don't think they got the proper understanding of what that really means, because white people taught them their version of it, white man's version of it, to keep them suppressed. But thanks to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the coming of Master Farad Muhammad, with this scientist, Miss Ann Brown, what she's doing is she co-signing everything that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad spoke about, but she's using scientific vernacular. And I know some of my brothers and sisters, some of this might go over their heads. But now is the time. And the Seventh-day Adventists must wake up to that fact that they named after this time. So we'll talk about that a little later. Let's get back to what she was talking about.
So our massive creativeness is sort of on hold, although we still create, because we are creative people. We were created. So it's a little on hold until the other people that are put here for a particular function perform their function, and when it finishes, then they move on, and then we go back to the original.
Now, I think I would like to talk just a little bit about that. You said there is a difference in people. How do you mean?
Well, in general, I've said there's a difference, but there are cultural differences.
Are there also spiritual differences?
There's spiritual differences, but we use the word spiritual in a very general way. Nobody can define in somebody's head what they mean when they say spiritual. Most people use it because it's a cultural jargon, and so everybody uses it, whether they mean the same thing as you mean when you use it or not. It's a part of the language, and without one meaning. So people are different based on their folk ways and mores and the things they do within a confined area. So that's the only point that I meant when I said that people are different.
Okay, so they're biologically the same, physically and biologically the same?
Anatomically, they're the same. Or anatomically, they're similar. Not the same, similar.
Okay, now, what do you mean by not the same but similar?
The physical makeup of the Hottentots is different than the physical makeup of a Mexican, for example. The physical profile is different.
Are there other things?
So that's an anatomical difference.
Okay.
The spirituality is different because of the makeup of the person and the way they perceive life and nature is going to be different. Certainly not going to be the same with a Hottentot and a Mexican, for example, if we can make it that broad. Therefore, there are differences based on the environment in which the person is brought up and the perception that the person has of their environment and their culture and how they utilize their culture. It's going to be different. And the food types that they eat. Your food makes a lot of difference in how you perceive things. And of course, the culture does too.
Okay. So I was really just trying to get at it as a closeout item. Dr. Brown, you indicated that all of us are not here for the same purpose. I mean, races of people, cultures of people. Can you kind of elaborate on that a little bit?
We're not given the purposes. I'll just say that I was merely hinting at the fact that there are certain cultures that dominate the world now. The Caucasian people happen to be dominating the world, and they are managing the world by a certain mindset. And from the history that I've read and what I have seen is that they tended to come and dominate other cultures and take and infiltrate into other cultures and then take on that particular cultural kind of style as they integrate into those cultures. And they control them when they get inside, when they get enough foothold in there, they control those particular cultures or take over them or dominate them for the most part. So their whole thing is domination, I mean, like somebody said, domination, deception, destruction, and death. The 4 Ds. So that that's a thing that people have observed in that group worldwide. It tends to be the same thing, and that's why I'm using the word purpose. Their purpose is to dominate, cultures or peoples throughout the world. And when you dominate somebody, then they have to be the suppressed one or the oppressed ones. And the person who's doing the dominating has to be the oppressor or the person who's suppressing. And so they are more or less exhibiting a mindset when they do that in a culture. And that's where they are throughout the world. And I said that maybe they will carry that out for a certain length of time based on how things move, how karma moves in the earth. And then when they fulfill that purpose for which they were put here, then that will be the end of them, like other cultures are gone and other peoples have disappeared or gone. I mean, that's just a general way of looking at it. And then maybe the original people.
There's a movie called Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde with Spencer Tracy, made back in the 30s. I suggest that you find that movie and look at that movie. It's on the same line is what she's talking about. It's the white man's version of Yakub creating or making the white man.
But we'll come back to rule again. And, you know, you heard that expression, Ethiopia will stretch forth her hand again. She will rule again. And I really believe that. And it may be a very slow process. I may be gone when that comes about. But I think that will come about through a slow process. It's not going to be a direct takeover because things don't work like that in a cultural.
Well, the time is near. It's the 7th day, and we're in the war of Armageddon. We're in a war that the devil. See, Israel. That word Israel means against God. So that's why I named it this video, Israel versus Allah. See, y'all don't think that the black man language is Arabic. And y'all don't think that the names that we used to have before we became slaves are African. You know, y'all think it's Arabic, but Arabic is Africa. The Middle East is the African peninsula. Just like Michigan has a lower peninsula and an upper peninsula. But it's all Michigan. That's the same as the Middle East and Africa. That's why Israel is fighting over there. Because that's the best part of the planet. People see desert over there, but Gaddafi, shoot, he was rich, man. Matter of fact, he helped the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And he gave some money to Farrakhan. Check it out.
Environments. So they're fulfilling a purpose now, and that is to dominate cultures and set up their own mindset within that culture. And before you know it, that culture has changed to their mindset.
I want to talk a little bit about cloning. What is cloning? How does it work? What's the process? How long does it take?
Well, the mere fact of cloning comes out of scientific research, and cloning has been going on for a long time, where in the modern way, scientifically, of looking at it is that you take a given cell, you pluck the nucleus out of that cell, because the nucleus has all the genetic information there. You would not have anything going on unless you had a nucleus there to do that thing. Chromosomes are there, hereditary traits are encoded, and the genes are there that make for hereditary traits to be transmitted from one generation to the other through offsprings. If you take cells and you take the nucleus out, you denude the nucleus of the cell. Now it is a enucleated cell. And you take the nucleus out of the desired cell and you place that nucleus in the one from which you took the nucleus out of. And now place these cells in an environment where they can develop. Then you will have a different kind of specific offspring from that particular cell, and we call that cloning. Cloning simply means you do not allow the cell that has a natural nucleus to do what it's supposed to do to bring forth a new life. Instead, you substitute a strange, foreign nucleus with its genes into a cell that has other things that it needs to nourish itself. You've taken the main genetic portion out and left the cell with 1/2 of what it needs, and that is the other things that are in the cytoplasm, etc. So you place the strange nucleus with its own genetic information in there. And so now you allow that to go into, for example, a surrogate mother and develop into a new life then that we consider a clone. Clone simply, again, means that the parent cell brings forth daughter cells that are like the parent cell, containing the same genetic information as the parent cell. That's the regular way. But when you take the nucleus out of the cell, then and place another nucleus in that cell, then you don't have the same genetic information as the parent cell anymore. And that's a clone. That's a clone. Now, when they cloned Dolly, they denuded the cell, meaning they enucleated the cell, but they used whole cells from the udder, that is, from the cow's tits. They used those cells and they put those whole cells in contact with these cells that they had enucleated, and they did it forcibly with electric shock jolts of electricity, forcing those cells to coalesce with the cells, the strange cells to coalesce together, so that they can now go ahead and go through the processes that.
That's similar to Dr. Frankenstein when he created the monster, Dr. Frankenstein's monster. That's what he was doing. He took dead parts from the graveyard. Symbolically, that means he's talking about us too. Because the word necros, means dead. And so he's creating a monster from us. And now he know it. And he's scared.
Cells go through, and that's what, and put it into a surrogate mother, and that's what Dolly came from.
No.
It's a laboratory process, so.
How long would it take?
Excuse me, I didn't mean he's scared, because he can see that we still deaf, dumb, and blind, especially if we turn out to vote for one of those corrupt candidates for president. That's how he know he still got us. And he gonna use us as a proxy.
That cell to
it's the same as any other cell. It has to go through certain processes in order to.
Does it grow the same?
Yeah, everything's the same. Only thing you did, you manipulated the cell, the nucleus of the cell, which runs into some ethics, as far as certain people, in the government, the FDA, and so on, other organizations that are fighting to prevent people from manipulating cells. It's an ethical issue. So yes, the cell goes through the same processes that it normally goes through after you've done that particular work.
So if someone would clone you, would your clone know the same thing that you know and have basically everything the same as you, right down to the fingerprint?
I doubt it. Here's why I doubt it. That, as I said, the nuclear area contains the genetic imprints for the offspring, for the next generations. And that's encoded in that nuclear area. And there may be some deeper stuff, but, I have to organize that in my thinking. But if the genetic information is from some other source, other than my own source of gene pool, then certainly that which is cloned is going to be biologically and probably otherwise different. So yes, I would think that person would be different. This societal way of looking at cloning is more or less a conversation piece and not a scientific analysis of what really happens in cloning.
I had no idea that I would end up creating a whole new community.
I wanted to change an industry that neglected me for so long. I never wanted to settle for anything. I just knew I want to be great.
When they clone like Dolly, they do take it from a bovine animal, meaning of that particular family of animals. In other words, they didn't take a snake's cells and put it into cells of a sheep. They take a related species and put those nuclei, in the cases that we know about. They may have tried other things and it didn't go anywhere, so it's not advertised. But you have to use the nuclear material from some related, phylogenetically related species in order to get the outcome of, for example, Dolly. Or the mouse, they did certain mice that way. And they took certain cells, cumulus cells, and they incorporated that into a enucleated cell. And they brought forth some mice that are now clones. But I'm saying that they used a phylogenetically similar cell and they got, mice. But those mice were different. They still fit on the category of mice because they have the form and the structure of a mouse. But as far as their habits and so on, they're going to be the same, similar rather. But so they are something that is specific and different from the original parent, in a lot of, their biological makeup and habits and so on. I haven't worked around cloned animals, so I think if I observed the whole process, then I can be much more broad in what I've seen and explain it more. But I have not worked with what they call transgenic mice, or clones.
Now, in terms of test tube babies, they're not cloned, but when you take the sperm and you freeze it, and then you use that sperm to fertilize an egg, is there seem to be something lost in that? I mean, would you think that the test tube children do you think they're missing something spiritually or something? Because once you freeze the sperm, I mean, you did something to the process. Yeah. So what do you think happens?
Yeah. Let me give you something that's metaphysically deep with that thing of reproduction and sexual intercourse. When male and female component and the female component come together through a process that's going to be necessary for a new offspring, I believe there's an energy and an essence that comes in the presence of those two people. And that energy and essence is seeking an incubator to develop itself in. It's not just having male, female lay down and do their business. I think that there is something seeking another placement in an energy, seeking a spirit, seeking a placement to be carried through and incubated through, in this case, the female body, warm body. And that comes about around the two people when they're involved, seeking this place. If she becomes pregnant, it finds a home. If not, it leaves and goes elsewhere. If people just do their sex just for the fun of it and so on, then there's no space for that. And then it moves on. So there's something deep there seeking this reservoir to develop itself and to become.
Now, what she's talking on was in ancient times, the black man's culture of reproducing himself through the woman. He did not have recreational sex. Only when he wanted to reproduce himself, that's when they had sex. And it's all mathematically laid out. The way he picked his spouse, it was a culture that we had, but when we came over here as slaves, our culture was totally washed away from our brain. It took 400 years for that to happen. And he had sex farms. Talking about the plantation master had sex farms for breeding purposes. And not only did he had a bull break in a woman, he couldn't impregnate her. He just broke her in, sometimes just for the master. It's a whole lot to 400 years of being the slave of the Caucasian over here. And y'all don't want to get into no deep details so you could mentally break the chains that bind you.
So I think when an embryo is formed, I think that it is a essence or a spirit that is becoming, but it needs the energy of the male, and it needs the energy and the incubation of the female. You see, when the man does his climactic event, it is a very forceful one. And that force then acts as a syringe, injecting a certain essence into that female so that it can bombard her and maintain itself and develop into a new life if that's how it's going to come about. So,
What's the difference? I mean, what do you see it? I mean, these children that come out of a test tube. Okay. Yes, I do believe so. What do you think ultimately might be the results of that? Yes, I think they're missing something. As I said, they're missing that spiritual essence that has to do with the sum total of that person's behavior patterns and so on when they come in from an artificial environment called a test tube. And then the sperm itself, I think, loses some of its effectiveness, meaning, let's see, how can I put that? When the sperm develops, it starts out as a black seed around the nucleus. There's a black dot, that's a melanin dot, that starts to go around the nucleus this way, enclosing the nucleus of a cell. And then it acquires a tail, and that becomes the sperm. The rest of the part that it doesn't need is cast off. So now it has enclosed this genetic information in its head. And then that particular genetic information enclosed in the head, all of that process has to go, it's a process that has to occur within the male. So if you take a sperm that has developed through that way and then freezes it, you have, in my way of thinking, cut away part of that developmental essence that it has matured to become. So it's less of that essence. And now you take that same, I put in quotes, weakened essence or sperm, and then you put it in a cold cultural environment with a bunch of chemicals in a dish, because you do have to put buffers there, which is this kind of stuff we wouldn't drink. And so that sperm and that egg has to survive in an artificial environment. And then you look to see that the sperms penetrate the egg, the membrane of the egg, and get in. And you can tell by a certain, the microscope, a certain kind of scope, that has occurred. I do that all the time in embryology, where we take the sperm and the egg from certain aquatic species, and we can watch the sperm swim and get through the membrane and go to the nucleus and fuse, and then that makes that new life, right? So I'm saying that if you take it from its total warmth, natural warmth, nourishment, energy, vibrations, and put it in an artificial, contained, stagic,
cold in the way, well, not cold, but it's cold. Actually, when they put it in the petri dish, it's a certain, something close to body temperature. But I'm saying that they freeze the sperm first. So they've destroyed some of that essence that I'm talking about. Now they're going to take that sperm and put that with an egg, which has been chemicalized to become an egg. In other words, in vitro fertilization is not a regular egg that has gone through the natural oogenesis process or maturation. This is an egg that has been induced chemically to go through that process. With this, you inject a certain drug.
I just thought of a new name to give the Caucasian white man. And when you hear me say the AI man, you know I'm talking about the white man. Because that's what he's heading towards. That's what he's trying to head to, if you have enough time, is to take over our bodies, just like the body snatcher. You know, when they put that pod and you go to sleep, and then it'd be like a clone. The real you be dead, and the clone be you. Well, that's what he's trying to do to us, because he's taking away freedom of speech, freedom of thought, freedom of movement. And in the meantime, he wants to inject a chip in us so we won't get to our ESP. Because you heard the sister say we got that naturally. So it's the unnatural versus the natural. It's the original versus artificial. It's Israel versus Allah.
In the woman, and then the ovary starts to make many eggs mature at the same time, whereas the natural way is to have one mature a month and come out. So when you give a particular chemical, you have induced about 15 eggs or cells to go through that developmental stage. And then you use a certain kind of syringe and so on, a laparoscopic technique, and you go in and you sort of suck it out into a syringe, and then you put that in the petri dish, because remember, the female ovum is the largest single cell in the body. You can see it as a little dot in a petri dish, about 200 micrometers in size, micrometers in size. That's big for a cell, you know. So I'm saying then that that egg has been induced, or several of them have been induced to mature to fullness, and then they are taken out with a certain kind of technique and put into a petri dish, and the sperm either frozen or fresh from the male. A lot of times, in some cases, they're frozen and then taken and then put in the presence of this female egg so that they can make a new life in the test tube here. And then they put it in another energy source, we call a surrogate mother, that has a totally different kind of vibrational energy and biochemical mixture and so on for it to incubate in that. So there could be a lot of changes in the overall structural energy and so on of the offspring that comes out of that. That's, I'm just putting knowledge that I have together and making a hypothesis or a theory as to what I think happens, given certain knowledge that I have about, what we study in embryology. So I think that now Louise Brown is the one that we know about, was born in 1978. So it makes her about 20 years old, a little more than 20 years old now. And I'm not sure whether she has the capability of producing an offspring. I'm not sure. I think before I say that she can't, I need to look more into these things. And we would assume then that she was brought forth by in vitro fertilization. I think it can be done, but a lot of things we hear, we need to check them out if we can, rather than accept them for what we hear them as face value. So I know in the animal world, there's lots of evidence of this kind of artificial insemination and other kinds of ways of producing animals.
Dr. Brown, I'd like to ask you to, one, just kind of summarize what we was talking about, the relationship to melanin, cloning, and where we are as a people, and the kinds of information relative to who we are as a people, and this beautiful melanin that God has endowed us with. To kind of summarize that and put your own message to our people who right now are facing the crossroads of genocide.
Okay. I think we as a people, as a melanated people, are people, children of the Creator, of God. We're very spiritual people. And I think we set the tone of the universe with the spirituality. We're very kind, sometimes too kind. And I guess.
Watch Super Bowl 58 live on CBS with YouTube TV. Try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
I guess you're having traveled many places in the continent and elsewhere. You're seeing a lot of the genocide. We saw it in the Tutsi and the Hutu and the Tutsi people. That planned genocide was orchestrated, where lots and lots of people died. But the hope is that our people are capable of replenishing themselves. Melanin is a very powerful molecule that helps the body to maintain the ability and the strength. The sperms are plenty in melanated people. The egg is strong. The organs are strong. You can remove 1.5 ovary in some people, and the doctor will say you'll never have a child, and people have brought forth children. I know them personally. So we're very strong people. All of our organs are desired by other people who don't have this melanated eumelanin type of presence in all of the organs. Melanin is present in every organ in the body. It doesn't mean they're black, but the chemistry is there. So we are very, very desirable people as far as our biology goes. So if we are, many of us are destroyed on this earth through genocide, it doesn't mean that's the end of black people. As I said earlier, we will be here because we have the wherewithal to maintain our species on this earth through reproduction, whereas the older ones and young ones are destroyed and killed and just brutalized and death come upon us. There are others behind that are replenishing it. It's almost like frogs. If you capture or you encapsulate or you put in a confinement certain kinds of frogs. They've done this with the African green frog. Put it in a chamber where you give it moisture, food, and green material. The female is capable of producing enough eggs and sperms that she can fertilize her own eggs and create a population. And at such time that population becomes equalized, and the frogs seem to have the wisdom, then that process will stop. And I'm relating that to melanated people, meaning African people, people of African origin. We will replenish ourselves through our offsprings and their offsprings to maintain a certain kind of status quo of energy on this earth. You understand what I'm saying? So there will never be a time when we'll be totally decimated. It just cannot possibly happen. It defies the laws of God, the laws of nature, the laws of health, the laws of the universe, and so on for that to occur. It has never occurred, and it will not occur. I'm cognizant of the fact that Runoko Nishidi said that the Tasmanians were destroyed. The last one died a few years ago, but that was a small population of people in a confined area. I'm talking about African peoples throughout the diaspora, and especially in Africa, where the seed is stronger, the melanin is richer, and Senegal and other places where we have that strong energy, and throughout the world.
I got to cut in on this one. What she's talking about, they don't never mention the energy of righteousness. The energy of righteousness, your moral conduct. Another thing I want to say, that's the reason why Master Farad Muhammad, Allah and the person of Master Farad Muhammad, came to Detroit, Michigan. It's the tribe of Shabazz, the brothers and sisters that were once slaves. We the ones that's the strongest, because we survived the Holocaust. We the ones that survived torture and terror and terrorist conduct from the Klan and other AI groups, artificial intelligent man. What he's trying to turn us into, artificial. We are the original people, so says the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We the ones that's gonna make it different. The FOI, the MGT, the ones that follow the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, not Farrakhan, not Khalid, not Malcolm, but the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We the ones that's gonna change the dynamics, and we in the right time to do it. I know I'm a grandfather and a great-grandfather. Some of you that I talk to say, well, around my age, I'm 77. I talk to some brothers older than me. They say, well, I put my son through college, and, but if you following after that white man's logic and reasoning, you better hurry up and straighten up, because he's following after unrighteousness and evilness. Look at the government, Biden and Trump. Look what's happening now with the border. No, man, this corrupt government. And if you co-sign it, you're going to be put on the left hand of God, not on the right. You got to mentally reject and come out of her, like it says in the Revelations. Come out of her. Come out of that mindset. And we're getting ready to, after she get through with her last paragraph, we're going to break and go into Steve Coakley. He's going to be talking to the churches, the black churches. and the black politicians, while I'm summoning up Steve Coakley, take a break, go to the restroom, get you a snack, and get comfortable. And maybe we can give you some directions to salvation. Now, I don't agree with everything Steve Coakley talking about, but I agree with him enough. Back to the sister.
I'm saying that's the energy that's keeping the earth in balance. The melanated soul, the melanated spiritual aspect of our people that we come with, that keeps the universe in balance. When it tends to get out of balance, we will find a way throughout the world without knowing each other is doing that to maintain that balance back through our spirituality, become stronger. And each person can achieve that strength. It's not a collective, it's a collective consciousness and unconsciousness. But I'm saying individually, for example, you can grow strong in spirituality, stronger than you were 10 years ago. I feel myself stronger spiritually. All right, so that means that individually, this spirituality becomes stronger to maintain a balance when it gets out of balance, out of kilter in the universe, and that's what the melanated African man is, or person, is here to maintain. And I think that will be maintained in spite of the genocide that we see even in our times, and even before this, and in the future, that will occur to us. So we will never be decimated. The seeds you never destroy, but the vine and the fruits of the seeds, you can destroy those. The fruits meaning that which the seed brought forth. It could be the limb. It could be the actual fruit that grew from that thing that sprouted forth. But you will always have the seed there to replenish and make another plant or make another sprout. So we're here. So I think in summary, where we need to go now is back to our original spirituality. And I hinted at that because each individual, we're growing in that direction. I think we grow in that direction.
I'd like to cut in again. I'm sorry for keep cutting in. But one day we ain't gonna have cell phones. We ain't gonna have communication. Just like the Palestinians, the Israel cut off all their cell phones and communication. And when that moves over here, we're gonna have to develop our ESP. Talk to each other mentally, or get some carrier pigeons, because we ain't gonna have this no more unless we wake up in time to start making our own. I don't know if we intellectually capable of doing it, but I think we can. We built the pyramids. This ain't nothing but a step for a stepper.
Direction as we become more conscious that that's the way, that's what we should be doing. And there's some people who are not conscious of that. Therefore, those have not grown yet. They're out of focus. It's like a microscope. You have some things under the microscope on the slide, and you don't see that thing under the microscope because you haven't brought that thing in complete resolution or in complete focus. So the focal plane is missing, but the thing is still there. So I'm saying that there's a spirituality and there's a focus that our people need to come into, and that is consciousness. Consciousness. And when enough of us collectively have that consciousness, I think that's when things will happen that will be more positive towards just getting back to control the universe the way we did before. And I think there's hope, and that will be achieved sometime or another in the future. No matter what's happening with outer space, inner space, and around space, we will have that kind of ability. And I think we're protected. We're protected from some of the destructive elements that we come upon on a daily basis. We have an aura of spirituality that protects us. And everybody has that aura, and it gets wider as you become conscious. Breaks, you lose consciousness, or those who don't have consciousness, it's thinner. and so they're easy to be penetrated by forces outside of themselves. But I think that as they grow consciously, and spiritually, the aura will protect them and maintain them just like an incubator will, and keep you going until your time runs out. And then that will be passed on to some other receptive vesicle, meaning another person, so they can carry it on ad infinitum. It never dies. The spirit never dies.
Thank you. It was well worth all these weeks of waiting.
I look at time, I'm 10.
Okay, we getting ready to switch over to Steve Coakley. But remember this, always remember this. Allah can make all things new in the twinkling of an eye. In a breath, he can change things, change your reality. All right, let's get ready while we change over to Steve Coakley and take a break, y'all.
I got the power. Unity is the key.
Now about 45 minutes from now, you have to reach down there and
To make it work, first to give it growth, first to write it first, first to do research, first to rehearse, first things first.
change it now. Let me catch you 45 minutes from now. It's just straight up, man. We got that, it was wide for sound, so we get that little click. You be sitting in that thing click and you go, oh shit, is that a good part? I gotta turn it over. So okay, how many? I need to see your hands so I can take care of the business. To introduce the person who will introduce me, which is a rarity. But I'm doing it because the brother deserves an introduction. And I appreciate the brother for having stuck with me through thick and much thin to have stood up for principle and for enlightenment. I appreciate his support. You hear him on KPFK. He called me Wednesday night again. There were a lot of people there who don't like me, and he has to sit in front of them and make an announcement and ask the people to come to the good life around people who hope nobody's show. So I'm glad that you're here because that shows that everything is working. I really appreciate the support from Brother Marcus and as well from the other members of African Minds United. And I ask for the right to introduce the person who will introduce me, Brother Marcus Lewis.
Yeah. I like to say Mayat and Hotep and war. Because we are in a state of war. They try to induce us to say peace to get you in that frame of mind while they not only do they starve our brothers and sisters on the African continent and bomb them, inject poisons into our people, into the Native American people. There's a situation going on in Cuba. And of course, you've all heard about the bombing in Mogadishu in Somalia. And so, with the beast on the set, you can't be in peace. There's no such thing as peace or up with hope. Not as long as it's not the nature of a beast to give you any kind of hope except for another chance to bite you again. So you got to get out of that frame of mind where they be running around talking about peace. How you gonna be peace when the police shoot you down every chance they get? Tonight we're going to get into a subject which I think is extremely important. We're going to talk about Black-Jewish relationships. We'll be getting into a little bit about the Anti-Defamation League of the B'nai birth. And I want you to keep the B'nai birth part in mind. That's the important aspect. That's the part that's part of the iceberg that's below the surface. And that's a group that you need to be aware of, especially in terms of their secret society aspect, their Masonic connection. And in terms of Black-Jewish relationships, there is a group of people who have influence over the Black community, and I'm speaking of ministers in particular, who form relationships with people who don't have our interests at hand. And they do it under the guise of some type of religious and or spiritual aspect. But you can't have, what kind of a spiritual relationship can you have with the beast? What y'all gonna talk about? Across these United are in these types of relationships whereby the whole community gets sold out and these people meet. They have conclaves. They go out and meet in the mountains. Sometimes they go up to Big Bear and they have discussions amongst themselves, all financed by Jewish money. And they come back into the community and continue to preach ignorance to our people. The religious aspect of our community is something that needs to be liberated in itself, because they hold a significant portion of our minds, and our ability and our will to overcome is hampered by the religious community a lot of times. And this is a strategy. It is a strategy which has been formulated specifically by some Jewish rabbis. And this is all part of how in secret or unbeknownst to the community, these types of things can go on, and it can be carried out in such a manner that we don't even know what's happening to us a lot of times. And they have relationships with so-called leaders of our community, and this is a major impediment to our moving forth. And of course, it takes place in other aspects as well, and certainly in the political realm. You've seen that with some of the politicians that we have, so-called politicians that represent us. And so Brother Steve is going to touch on all of that and his experiences that he went through with well, as a matter of fact, Steve was part of a major controversy that erupted in Chicago, as some of you are well aware of, in 1988. And they indicated that he was a Farrakhan sympathizer and a mayoral aide who expressed vicious virulent, as they say, anti-Semitism.
All right.
So anytime you get into a discussion that touches upon these things, automatically, when they say you're anti-Semite, they know exactly what strategy they're using, because they have so bombarded the media and the public with images of what Nazi Germany and Hitler has done. So the tag anti-Semitism automatically associates you with the Nazis. Now we're talking about Ashkenazi Jews telling you that you somehow are aiding and abetting the Nazis. Now ain't no Semites or Semitic or Semiticism involved in Ashkenazi, European, Khazarian, white folks. And you need to jump on some of your religious leaders about some of those biblical quotes that talk specifically about them people. Sister Noah, see? But you don't hear the ministers say that. So you need to challenge them on that. They have a very unique history, and they've had a very unique influence over our people, especially beginning in 1915 when the Anti-Defamation League came to birth, in 1843 when the B'nai Birth here in the United States came into being, and of course with the current situation that's going on today with the lackluster investigation into the Anti-Defamation League spying not on Nazis, but on numerous so-called progressive groups, so-called civil rights groups. There's a whole list. If you all have seen the report that the Anti-Defamation League was accused of spying on, it runs the gamut across all of some of the grassroots and community organizations and of course they link them up to the spying system in not only South Africa but Israel as well, with the Israeli Mossad and the South African secret police. And this is a very significant period that took place, especially back in 1915. So I don't want to go into too much more detail. Remember some of the dates that Steve said. Tomorrow at Africa Minds United around about 7 o'clock, he'll finish up some material that he had got on to about the Boule and the Shaft Goes to Africa move, the Negroes that went over to and met with the brothers and sisters on the African continent, sponsored by the people who we after. Ford Foundation, IBM. We need to really take a look at some of the people who work for IBM, playing prominent roles in our community, especially in the Afrocentrism movement. And of course, again, here Tuesday night, Steve will be doing a specific lecture dealing with the Boule. And also, while I have the chance, let's all show a warm welcome to Sister Janie and Brother Omar, the owners of and we ask that you all continue to support them here, come here and experience some of the food that they can present to the community. So, without any further shit, I'm going to bring my brother, Steve Coakley.
Yeah, thanks. Hotep, it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to share a few words with you about the subject of Black-Jewish relations. for the very concept is a misnomer. We've been talking about this subject over really a series of several lectures in a roundabout way. Several nights ago, we gave a lecture about the whites financing the new Negro. And we looked specifically at a period of time between 1910 and 1930, where the Jewish community was actively involved in creating a core of black leadership, which you became known as the Talented Tenth. And in fact, they had manipulated the leadership structure so strong that they had artificially created a cultural movement known as the Harlem Renaissance, which was organized distraction to deter away from the destruction of the Back to Africa program of Marcus Garvey. We've been talking about that the last couple of weeks, and many of you I know were here for those lectures. And you remember the importance or the essence of the dialogue was that when black-Jewish relations first started, anytime you get in a dialogue with one of them, and the question of the facts surface, you tell them you know that there was no such thing as black-Jewish relations before 1915. It was not until the Atlanta head of B'nai B'rith, Leo Frank, was hung for murder on the testimony of a black man did the Jewish community begin to infiltrate, penetrate, and appease the direction and the selection of black leadership. We proved that. And part of what it proves is it affirms that there has never, ever been a beginning of a relationship where Jewish wealthy fall into an alliance with college-educated blacks. Because on the surface, we understand that one has the money and the other must work for the money, and no alliance of equality can start unequally. That is the beginning of the nightmare known as black fake Jewish relations. Because it's more than just how we relate, but it's who we claim we are while we're relating. That's as important as what they claim they do or have done for us for so long, as you constantly hear them say Cheney, Goodwin, and Schmudwin or somebody. And then start over again, 3 names. One of them was black. All 3 of them were stupid. They knew they were not supposed to leave the group. But you know how them white guys are. They believe that confronted with another white guy, they're all right. But that was not necessarily so. And so we understand that since the time of 1915, Jewish philanthropy, led by Julius Rosenwald, who was a part of the founding of Sears and Roebuck's. Y'all got the cards in your pocket. I seen them. I seen you at Sears. I got pictures. I got the Marcus. You got the pictures. Brother Aston got the pictures in the back. So we know it didn't make any difference that you could do business with co-op. You thought co-op mean cooperative. But the Rosenwalds looked at the danger of not infiltrating and demanding and controlling black leadership, because Leo Frank was the first white man in the history of America ever convicted on the testimony of a black person. And that so scared them that the International Order of B'nai B'rith, whose first chapter was in 1843 in Cincinnati, which had just changed its name from Porkopolis, where the first Jewish family, the first family ever in the history of America put their name on a pork product and sold it as food. Prior to that, it was for soap, lime, and other nasty jobs before they found people would eat it. So, the International Order of B'nai B'rith was involved in the Civil War. It made a note of assuring that the rabbis gave the rabbinical ruling that justified slavery using the Bible. You will not find any overt Jewish declaration against slavery in any document available in his story, because he had no position against slavery. And if you read him carefully, he will tell you he had no such position. So we're still looking at, when did the black Jewish thing get going and what did you come into it with? Because if you support it, what put us in the jam, how you going to show up and get us out? Now these are the beginning of things that confuse people who don't really understand what the black Jewish thing is. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Baby talks to her daddy while she works. She talks. Hi, baby. That's my aunt. Justice. In her lifetime. That's our job. Check? All right. So this black-Jewish relations found us in a deficit position. I mentioned a week or two ago that the Jewish community, when coming to America, looked at slavery and said, we were the niggers of Europe. We better be careful allying and assisting someone who would hate us too if we helped them. And since our goal is to assimilate and be a part of this colonial experience, because we want one too, coming later in the 40s, check. See, if you assist a colonialist, he will assist you. Check. You'll pick up on that later. The state of is it real is a colonial experience, as is what you call America. So you assist the colonist and he will assist you. Going to the UN and declaring this is a state, which is in fact occupied territory still. Now, so around the Reconstruction period, where Brother Man went forward and Brother Man got brought back, they said, oh, look, there's too many of them up there. Hey, stop. Oh, everybody, drop it, put everything down, start over. He'll do it again. He's doing it, right. Now they just even did the redistricting law the other day that now you can't discriminate against them. They doing it. The white woman in the back of the house getting 10% of the contract and a white man in the front getting the other 90. That's called minority set aside. Oh, man. The gays, a young white boy with his daddy running the world, seeks additional rights. Sign of no support system in the black community. Check. Now, this black Jewish, the fake black Jewish relations, saw that during the Reconstruction period, we understand that Jewish wealth, which can be documented and facilitated the trading of cotton from the shores of Louisiana and other spots to Britain and to France. So they did not stop the cotton slavery. They, in fact, were the merchants who benefited once it was baled and prepared to be used by other whites in other cave lands without God-blessed resources. Creator-blessed resources. So subsequent to Reconstruction, where the word was, we cannot include any black man, not even a so-called free man. Around the turn of the 1900s, they began to recognize that they needed a few samples or models to show off to the others the so-called demonocracy system of the free world. And that involved building and developing a cadre of Negroes who could symbolically represent a class who was exploited, who based upon information trickery, right knowledge, use these Negroes as examples for all others that if you just behave, the American dream will work for you. And they began to develop, or this starts the development of the making of the Negro. This making of the Negro was being prepared for Black-Jewish relations because there was no Negro to pair off with. So you couldn't have a Black-Jewish relationship if you didn't have a group of blacks who other blacks were told other blacks to believe in. So they had to create an image that these were the blacks, and that all other blacks would give honor and tribute to these blacks who represent you in a dialogue of fake relations. We saw very carefully that Jewish philanthropy said we will help the Negro because he will help us. And we know that Julius Rosenwald said specifically, Jewish Rosenwald said, by garnering and developing the leadership of the Negro, we will make ourselves useful to the other Anglophiles. You must understand that probably somebody chose cows, somebody chose pigs, somebody else chose niggas. And what leverage will you have with the big white man who had just cleaned out our original brothers who were here before he got here? Keeping all of these things in context, we understand that we have never had any relationship with any whites in this land that have ever resembled equality. We understand that. So in that consideration, any dialogue over what we were we were never starting in the same spot. And so much, will show you many articles and other things with Henry Louis Gates, Chump Negro at, where's he at? Harvard, at Harvard and Cornell West. A Negro who has a book out on race relations that says absolutely nothing. But they're going to pay to create him an image, to give him authority to say negative things about Black-Jewish relations. I confronted him in Washington, D.C. recently, where he was lecturing at Howard University and happened to be walking past Crampton Auditorium, and the student said, man, Cornell West is downstairs. We asked him what did he think of Steve Copeland. He said, that Copeland, he talk a lot of stuff. He don't back none of his stuff up, all that old militant dialogue. So they ran right upstairs and got Coakley. They brought Coakley downstairs. So Coakley say, hey, you mentioned my name? And he stepped back and said, oh, no, brother, I didn't even know. Brother, I didn't have nothing to say about you. I said, okay, brother, I just wanted to make sure that you could have the opportunity to say it right to Coakley. Because you probably didn't know he was around, like right upstairs. And so when my friends say they asked you earlier, and you sort of said something about me, but I'm glad you're telling me that you didn't say that, because I'm here to have addressed you for what they said you said. But since you didn't say it, I guess I ain't got to take it to you. It's a pleasure to meet you, brother. Here's my phone number, in case you get the urge to speak about me. Did you know I will hold you responsible for calling me first, so that you can address me? I've been condemned by Paul Robeson Jr. on the Black-Jewish relations. They got that nigga out there flunkying for it. They got Roy Innocent's son out there on the Jerry Springer show bringing my name up flunkying for Black-Jewish relations. They gone and got the sons of the sons. Sister, did you want to sit down? You need a chair? Yes, you want to sit down?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, when you need to sit down, say you need a chair. So Brother Fitzgerald right there, make sure you get one. Okay. So, Paul Robeson Jr. condemned me on Black-Jewish relations, and he was in Washington recently, and I called him up on the radio. In fact, I got the little sound bite up here. I said, brother, I hear you was talking about that guy, Steve Coakley. He said, oh, yeah, he's anti-Semite. I've read some of his works, and so I ain't wrote shit, right? I read some of his works. It's definitely anti-Semite. And you know, we really need to stand up against this anti-Jewish dialogue. I said, well, brother, I am Steve Coakley. And I would like to know which of those tapes, or since I didn't write nothing, did you hear? Because I'd like to address it specifically. Because I heard you earlier say how the white people had condemned your father and labeled him things of which you say he was not. And I'm calling you to say that I want you to give me the respect that you're asking for your father. Because I claim I deserve it like you believe he does. Check on that. So when he comes nearby, you ask him, because he'll be there to tell you. He couldn't tell me what he heard. He said he got some tapes from a friend. He couldn't tell me which friend or what it was. And that's when you know an idea has been planted that you're to attack a person under the guise of fake Black-Jewish relations. I remember being right here in Los Angeles and having a sister who was the student government head at USC, University of Southern California, right here, who wanted me to speak at her school. But because it had been alleged around different spots that the Jewish community comes out and attacks me, she was told by a person who I thought was my friend that you should not have Steve Coakley at your school, because if you do, the Jewish people will ruin your career. Now, in fact, I have not found a black person who had a career with white people, such that I don't know what could be taken away, seeing ain't nothing being given. See, a rebellion or two, a lot of things develop. No action, no throwdown. So I know ain't nothing even dropping down off of the stolen tree. So he put fear into this sister. Not for what had ever happened, but for what he felt would happen to her. And he says this is love for her. What happens when a black student union can't get a black man to talk black to speak in the context in which they were organized? And Ralph Williams was my friend. He used to be a member of African Minds United. And in fact, I always thought that the one who spreads the fear is as guilty of perpetrating the negativity as the one who allegedly does it. As long as I've been involved in so-called hate activity thrown at me from Jewish people, one thing that is unanimous, they ain't never got in my fucking face with that shit. Excuse my language. I'm sorry for the violation. But see, fake Black-Jewish relations goes deep in my soul, because a lot of people have been scared away from me as a result of it. So I bear a lot of pain when I talk about it. That's why I ain't even holding nothing in my hand. I don't need to, because it's deep in my soul. And I made a point of saying that when I was attacked and fired from the mayor's office in Chicago, I didn't know anything about Jewish people other than about Rothschild. See, when I talk about the Jewish community, I talk about, my job is to talk about the heads of the opposition. Now, I'm a linebacker, and I want to tackle the one with the ball on the opposition, and it looks like to me the quarterback has it more than most. So I'm kind of focused at trying to get who's commanding the opposition. We already got a squad up there watching the owners, another squad watching the stockholders. Now we're going to take the ball. And so I always looked at Rothschild as the titular head of the Jewish community, and anything any of the other ones did, it was only because he said so. So when you go to talk about the first generation of the granddaddy Rothschild, but he's just manifest in the late 1800s in England, who shows up on the docket of Assistant Cecil Rhodes to colonize Azania. So we start there with the top in amalgamating the gold and diamonds in South Africa because Cecil Rhodes could give him something that he wanted. There was a Jewish guy there in South Africa named Bernie Bonato. He was the #1 competitor to Cecil Rhodes for eating up and buying all of the wealth of the diamonds and the gold. A Jewish man named Alfred Beck took Rhodes to England and met him with Rothschild, and there Rothschild decided to help the Anglo and not the Jewish man. Why did he not help the other Jewish guy and side with Cecil Rhodes? Because the other Jewish guy, Bernie Bonato, had no power in England. And because he had no power in England, if Rothschild assisted him, all he would have was more money. He needed something that money couldn't buy. He needed to start a state. And he needed a state because the people who were claiming that they were waiting for a Messiah had a meeting one day and said, said, man, by what year, Rabbi, do you think that the Messiah is going to come and lead us to the promised land? Wherever we're supposed to go, it's the Messiah who's supposed to lead us there. He said, well, I need to sit you down, my great grandson, and tell you the story about how you got in this position. The story starts way up in the Caucasian mountains, where we met with some people on the other side who told us a story about the chosen people. We mimicked the story, but the story really wasn't about us, it was about them. So we came down the hill and repeated the story to the people who would hear it, and as long as the real one didn't come across the mountain, no one ever knew the difference. In fact, we were known then as the Khazarians. He said, son, there's no Messiah gonna come free us. That movie Exodus and all that other stuff, that Charlton Heston and all that, said, we lied, son. Son of son. And son says, Rabbi, what we gonna do? Rabbi says, well, we're gonna shift our strategy and we're gonna no longer wait on a Messiah. We're gonna go out and get some of these damn politicians to recognize us as the chosen people. You just hold on. Our man Rothschild got a deal working with Rhodes where he's going to get his buddy Lord Balfour to declare that the British government would not look unfavorably upon us finding a state in a land where people already live. He said, well, what's the state called? I said, well, we're still debating it. We know if we're chosen, we need to be in Uganda, but I think we may pull up short and come over here to this other area we'll rename the Middle East, and this is Palestine, they call it now. So he said, but you're right, Chief, if we are the chosen people, we're going to have to go to Ethiopia. He said, we won't last long there now, but somewhere around 93, we'll get control of Ethiopia. After we pull out all the so-called philosophers and take them to another land, then we'll move in and starve the population and take control of that country first. I said it, brother. That's the truth. That's the core truth. And we'll do it, just we have to wait 100 years. This is about 1893. So Theodor Herzl, who is the father of political Zionism, goes to the Jewish wealthy and finally finds a friend in Rothschild who will finance his thought about a Jewish state. Herzl, in fact, himself called himself an anti-Semite. He wasn't into the Jewish thing. He was an actor. Like actors do a lot of political things. But Rothschild said, you stay over in the bullpen, Herzl. I got a deal working with Cecil Rhodes. As soon as I get this deal hooked, I want you to go over there. In fact, I tell you what, in the meantime, why don't y'all go over there and have a meeting? He said, what do we call it? He said, well, go get the 24 elders. They'll tell you what to do. And that became the meeting you know as the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. Zion is political or spiritual. These deviants that we're attacking are the political Zionists. They understand that the Creator has no place for what they're talking. So they are a political manifestation. Politics is about compromise, not about morality. That's why you can find safe haven in a politician with your religion. I don't believe in any religion that went to the Caesar and asked for tax-exempt status. Okay, think about it. You done went to the devil and asked for the right to work for God? You'll know when it's right, when it doesn't see easement from Caesar. That's the best I can do. Now, good. Rothschild began the process of taking 2, 3, 4 people at a time and giving them a tree to plant. He said, look, I want you to go right down there to the edge of what they call Palestine and drop this tree down, and 2 or 3 of y'all lay up under the tree for shade and build a tent and don't leave until I get you a neighbor. Time passed, another tree showed up, another person participated, and soon settler colonialism began as one by one they started occupying land. Now, at one time, this war was Palestine. That deal you heard about at the United Nations was cutting it in half. Oh, we ain't got no paper on it. Anyway, so he just cut it in half and offered them 1/2 of what they already owned. And they refused to take it, so there was a war, the 6-Day War. I mean, that came in the 60s, but there was a war right at the time that they named it, Is It Real? And they took part of that land and they occupied it, which is part of what the discussion is going on now about the occupied territory. Now, Bernie Bonato, who was working against Cecil Rhodes, became an enemy of Rothschild because he was compromising the man that Rhodes needed to cut a deal with. So, on a trip back to England, Bernie Bonato mysteriously jumped overboard. Said it was suicide. Imagine you're worth about $40 billion and it's only 1890 something, and you're gonna jump overboard. You're 44 years old. You depressed. You're gonna jump overboard and miss spending all that money. And so, with Bernie Bonato out of the way, Cecil Rhodes with Rothschild was able to amalgamate all the gold and diamond mines into what eventually is now known as the Anglo-American Corporation. It controls Lazar Perez Investment Banking Company, Solomon Brothers Investment Banking Company, Engelhard Minerals and Chemicals, De Beers Diamond Mines. It controls over 2/3 of the Johannesburg stock market. Just off the edge, that's just off the surface. It is interwoven with a great many of other things. When we talk about who is in leadership today in the Jewish community, we prominently bring up 2 names, Oppenheimer and Rothschild. For the Rothschild has been able to maintain his dominant leadership position, but Oppenheimer, Harry, Ernest, Nicholas, the sons of old Ernie Oppenheimer, who took over leadership of the Anglo-American Corporation when it was incorporated in the 1920s, having gone under other names prior to that, including De Beers. Right. Yes. Rothschild dominates Jewish activity today. When I worked for the mayor of Chicago, I remember he wanted to set up a meeting. Soon as you become mayor, you want to meet with the webs of leadership and responsibility from the various communities, the Polish, the Ukrainians, the Puerto Ricans, everybody got a network of people that they want to make sure the mayor knows are the people who want to contact or this contact or that or this or that. That political stuff. Well, when the mayor went to select some Jewish people who he thought were influential Jews-ish people, because we never call them Jews. That would be a lie. They're not Jews. They're Ashkenazis, which are, they're Germans. German whites, cave dwellers, pure German whites with a little mix in there. Anyway, we'll talk about that. No, anyway, let me go ahead on. This Rothschild connection manifested itself when the mayor went to have the meeting. I got a call from a Jewish attorney who said that the head of the Jewish Federation wanted to give a list to the mayor of the Jews that he better invite to the Jewish meeting first before he met with all other Jewish people. And all the Jewish people knew who the top 10 Jewish people are in their city, because through their synagogues, they give them the ultimate respect, not because they're rabbis, but because they're wealthy. Now, the letter came and it had the names on it that were relevant to Chicago. It said Jay Pritzker. It said Robert Pritzker. It said Philip Klutnick. It said Judd Markin. It said Henry Crown. These names are associated with the Pritzker's own Hyatt Corporation. They own Ticketron. They own the New Orleans Dome. And some more stuff. The Crowns own General Dynamics. How many of y'all work there? Who work at General Dynamics? Who did work at General Dynamics? Because I know they laid everybody off. Who worked at General Dynamics? Who worked at McDonald's? All right. Just checking. All right. Worked, right. Now, these Jewish guys let the mayor know that they were the big daddies in town and he wanted to make a move in the Jewish community until they gave their approval. And they said, call the rabbi up, he'll tell you so. The rabbi gave his approval because the Jewish people are extremely monetarily motivated. So wealth has influence even in religious matters. We talked about the other night that movie that what's her name? Melanie Griffin was in, about the Diamond District in New York. That diamond community that Hasidic Jewish people, the Crown Heights affair. Y'all remember them? Okay. Well, they polish and cut and wholesale the diamonds that the Rothschild boys dig out of Africa. So they got an American connection. Every jeweler that you see, whether it's at Montgomery Ward's, Target, Zales, who else? Cartier, who else? Daniels, who else? Goodwin, who else? All of them. Ready, Pat? I'm warming them up. His brother has come to tell us about some black-Jewish relations in Los Angeles. See, in most cities, we done put so much pressure on the black-Jewish thing. When we ask for the names, they won't tell us. That's right. They got to meet in secret now because it's not safe for them to meet in public. That's right. Which is good. Oh, yeah. That's real black-Jewish progress. Now, so today there are wealthy, influential Jewish people. Who are some of the influential Jewish people here in Los Angeles? Okay, what else? What else? Hold it now, just wait. a minute here. Let's see. Okay, you lucky you better got one quick now. Your mouth's getting ready to jump y'all. Because how can y'all be here and not know who they are? And how will you ever make any progress if you don't know who the aggress? So we better have a meeting naming the names of the top 25 Zionist, Jewish, wealthy, influential in LA. Because obviously, no one else. Now, the other day, someone asked, how do you get a job? Say, I want a job. Well, there's a job for you. How many of you would come to a lecture where one of you explained who the top 25 people were? I'd come and hear the shit. Oh, yeah. Is that all who would come? Oh, let's put your hands up again. I want to see that. Who don't want to hear something about who run the Jewish thing in LA? There's something funny going on here. The numbers don't add up. But I'm making a point, and I think you understand what I'm saying, that you're slack on duty. And I hope I can do what I can do for you in one night. When I stand up and tell people about why they need to get the tapes, because the tapes have a concentrated area of study laying out certain things that you need to do when I'm not here, because obviously you got room for it. So the damn right Zionism is racism, the black and Jewish relations, the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, the lieutenants of Satan, as well as Diamond's Jewish people in South Africa, among others, are tapes that you should have so that you can could better prepare yourself for the revolution. Yes, brother. Thank you, brother. Good name. I'm glad you brought that name up. How about that? Lou Wasserman, MCA, big time Ronald Reagan controller. Yes, brother, you were going to say a name. Ruth Gershman Seymour. All right. Media. Who else, brother? Brandon Cardinal gave bail. How much money she got? Huh? What's the topic tonight? All right. Thank you. Would you tell the brother? Wealthy Jews. We know Judge Carlin is a white supremacist judge who got weak on the Latasha Hollings. We understand that. I don't want nobody to take up no spot that no name of some wealthy Jewish person could fill. Nor do I want, while we're going one way, all those funny things start to happen that always start to happen when we go that way. Like someone say, hey, let's go that way. All right. Anybody else? Michael Ovitz, very good. It's big time in the media game up there. OVITZ. Big time up there. Who else? Stephen Ross, Walt Disney Company. Show you right. Mike and Eisner, who the chairman of the board. Show you right. Thank you, sister. Fox, the Fox, and you know Rothschild owned Fox, because Rothschild owned the debt that Murdoch got. Murdoch front Fox, but Rothschild owned the soul of Murdoch. Glad you brought that up, sister. That's a good name. Thank you. That's a good name. Good name. Y'all should be excited because y'all act like y'all didn't know these names. Norman Lear. How much money he got? When these things come out, you should always have your copies. Profiles of Whites of Wealth. The Forbes 400 will be coming out soon. What you got there, brother Fitzgerald? Show you right, brother. Show you right, brother. Check. In fact, strangely enough.
Can you put that name on the microphone?
What name? What name did he holler? It's on the microphone. Check. Which today did a strange story with a huge picture of a sister from Los Angeles. I went to see the sister's program a couple of weeks ago. She can be a nice sister. Like when you hear the tape special message to the Boule, you will know her as the sister who attacked me for attacking the Boule. Very rarely does the LA Crimes profile and highlight a black person who is doing what a black person should in condemning the LA Times and other white supremacist institutions. Maybe they got confused and didn't know that the sister is aggressively pro-black. Suiting up in style, the same skirt and jacket, but 4 different looks. How individual panache, something, I don't even know. 4 of a kind. Ask 4 different women to accessorize the same black suit, and what do you get? 4 different looks, of course. Me and Zinga Ratabisha, who chooses accessories that reflect her African-American heritage. In the article itself, it says, in building a wardrobe, Zinga Ratabisha chooses to follow the same fashion rules. It chooses to follow fashion rules and ignore others. She observes the corporate dress code of her employer, IBM. Maybe that's what this is about. Remember, IBM was at the Shaft Africa meeting. IBM had the ad of the little white baby reaching up to the globe. That's right. And when you look on the globe, you see his hand is reaching for Africa. The only continent that's present on the globe that's over his little blue eyes. Which is what they call it, old blue. It said some other things in here about someone, I don't even want to read about size and other things. I don't want to. But they put it in the paper and stuff. We don't need any personal ridicule because we deal with people based upon the issues. The sisters had me at her house. She's not a bad sister. She's trying to do what she can for her group. But she's confused about the issue of the Boule and the Operation Cool Down responsibilities of Chip Murray. And we disagree over that, and I will fight her to the wall about it. Again, I question why the LA Times would assist anyone that assists us. Anyway, these profiles of wealth are things you should always have, as well as when the corporate profiles come out, like these 2 that are out floating around now. Yes. You're right, brother. In fact, the other day after I came off the radio, we went to these same magazines. He walked up to the stand and I said, "How you doing, brother?" And he looked up and he says, "I don't really know your face, but your voice sounds familiar." I said, "I'm Brother Coakley. You remember the day I spoke at the church in the basement before the men's group? And didn't get paid?" And I hit the brother that was with me and said, "You know who that is, don't you?" And the little guy at the paper stand, when Julius Butler walked away, he said, "He comes here every day." And I said, "Well, you need to know he's a bad man. He works for FBI, informs on black people." He said, "I'm glad you told me, so that when I see him here in the future, I know what I'm supposed to do." Check. That's the way it's supposed to work. So, we have to look at wealth to find much of the Jewish direction, because they do not do anything that compromises the wealth assets of their network of the white race. Never get involved in calling them a specific set of people. They are just another set of the Caucasian group, the Euro man, the Ashkenazi. They're just another set. There's nothing special about them. Someone says, "No, he's not Jewish, he's Polish." You say, "That's He's a Polish Jewish person. He's a German Jewish person. He's a Russian Jewish person. Don't think because you call a consonant, he's not a Peruvian Jewish person even. Spanish Jewish person even. All right. So we be up on that. So these black Jewish relations, fake as they are, have been a continuation of an attack upon us under the guise of giving us something. When we look at black Jewish relations today, and that was the article just was in your paper 2 days ago about the LAPD and black Jewish relations. What it said was that the LAPD has allowed itself to be penetrated by the Jewish connection of the Anti-Defamation League, such that the LAPD assists the ADL in spying on YOU for the state of Israel and South Africa. South Africa and Israel is a desperate alliance. They're both in occupied territory and depend upon a mild level of domination to suppress their neighbors. Because of that, if you were in Israel today and looked at Jewish-Palestinian relations, you will find that the Palestinians are disrespected in every single aspect of that so-called society. They have different license plates, starting with the prefix 666. Any Palestinian with a job can have it claimed by an unemployed Jewish person. The Palestinians have their water cut off, their electricity cut off. Anytime one person in the neighborhood misbehaves, they turn off the gas and electricity for everybody in the neighborhood. So you have to understand that though they call themselves a demonocracy, the worst form of it is there, but listen every time you hear them call themselves that, because there is not 1 ounce of proof that they even respect their own people, let alone all of the others. Ask a Yemenite Jewish person. A Yemenite Jewish person who is a poor European white don't have no rights in the state of Israel either. And it's just like a nigger. What did it mean to the Israelis to go get those jet black, beautiful Ethiopians and get them to agree that they were coming home to the fake land? Do you understand what that meant to pull that off? That was a stupendous achievement, because no one in the religious community of ours pressed the fact that could cause religious problems when we get to proving who is what. And what they told the Falashes, which is not a good name for them, which means lost, when they were right where they were born, right? They will tell you that Judaism they practice is a lot like Islam. And when those first Jewish generals went there in 59 and 60 to start airlifting young boys to Israel, before they start bringing the men, the women, and the children, they identified the fact that they couldn't wear their shoes and their temples, and that their symbolisms and other things looked like an integration of Judaism and Islam. Something that the Yehudi from Israel had never heard of, who always spoke Yiddish, a European dialect, instead of Hebrew, a language he had to learn. Many of them don't speak Hebrew. They speak Yiddish, which has a lot to do with where they're really from. That's right, rubbish. That's right. Yes, brother. That's right. They wanted to do what? Oh, man. Now you're going to get to cut this stuff. Now, Sister Tiome, where you at, sister? I hear you, but I can't see you. You feeding? You feeding? Okay, let me know when you finish. Now, let me put a little black Jewish nations on the screen. I'm going to drop a spot or two up here. These are many things that you've already seen. There is no other city that has had about as good attempt to hear the stories related to the Anti-Defamation League as you have had here in Los Angeles. For in many cities, the story never ran. Anti-Defamation seeks info nationwide and shared it worldwide. The importance of where they shared it. See, when I was accused of so-called anti-Semitism, part of the accusation was hedged in saying that there was an international conspiracy of Jewish people aligned with Anglos for Anglo-Saxon Zionist rule throughout the world, and that this was an action goal of an alliance between whites. And when they condemned me, the predominant dialogue became the AIDS and Jewish doctors line, but the essence of what they talked about to themselves was about this international conspiracy. Now, that international conspiracy, I felt, was extremely provable, as you hear in that Rhodes Rothschild tape, as I was talking about that coming together of Rhodes and Rothschild and secret societies. But also the fact that each and every other Jewish person operates and supports that network, for there is nothing else that any of them can do except aid and abet the program for world control. There is nothing else to do but to do that. So when the ADL accepts a role to play, now remember, the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith is a part of B'nai B'rith, which is an international order of Jewish Masonic lodges. Every chapter of B'nai B'rith has a corresponding lodge number. This lodge number has something to do with over in Britain and over in France, where the ADL lodges started the process of assimilating American Jewish people into lodge activity. So that when we say it is a lodge, you understand you are working or looking at a secret organization, and its public manifestation is the Anti-Defamation League. Again, which was started after the Jewish B'nai B'rith head Leo Frank was hung in Georgia on the testimony of a black man that would scare any white man. And so, when we look at the Defamation League starting in 1913 in Chicago by an attorney, Sigmund Livingston. In fact, I'm going to read you a little piece from a transcript of my lecture on the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, because the tape is definitive in describing specifically and exactly the ADL's founding or cornerstone moments. And I want to read to you this transcript of my full ADL lecture, about 29 pages worth, is the courtesy of the Anti-Defamation League in Atlanta, who heard it being played on public radio in Atlanta in two parts by a sister who played it to the audience in Atlanta to teach them about the history of the Jewish satanic activity. And they complained about the tape being played, and they wrote the transcripts of the whole tape out to articulate which sections they wanted to say they most disagreed with. So we have the privilege of them putting in dark the parts that they hated the worst. And you need to know what of it they hated the worst. See, is in dark. See, the Ashkenazi Jews are named after Ashkenaz, who was the grandson of Japhet, who was one of the three sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, Japheth. Of course, Noah, now this is the biblical connection of this. Then it says, Japheth's grandson is Ashkenaz, who derives his name Ashkenazi, which has Nazi, N-A-Z-I, in it. And in German, Ashkenazi is Hebrew, and Hebrew means German. It says, so it mentions that they changed their name from Israelis to Jewish faith. So, in other words, their mission was uniting people of the Jewish faith, not in the original I call it Israelis. See, now by using the word Israelites, you are in fact saying you are going to unite Africans, knowing that there shall be faulty connections to Israelis. They in fact changed the names themselves, so that instead of calling themselves Israelites, they became Israelis, and uniting the Jewish faith as opposed to the Israelites, which would involve them dealing with other terms and people which would not fit their model. So, in 1897, when B'nai B'rith's membership was slightly more than 18,000, B'nai B'rith women were founded. And then, of course, subsequent to that, they were founded B'nai B'rith Youth Organization in 1924. The first B'nai B'rith Hillel organization was in 1923. The Hillel organization is the Jewish campus spy watch organization. UCLA has a Hillel house headed by Rabbi Schinderfeller. And of course, we had to attack the rabbi. Are you straight? I appreciate you, brother. We had to attack the rabbi for attacking the sisters who talked about in the NOMO the protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion before it was agreed that it would not be sold at the African Street Fest by Esselwan Bookstore to be in the festival named after the Africans, controlled by the Zionists, who can pick out a book at any time in the middle of your thing and call it off limits as a condition of city funds. So the festival sat down with them and talked them out, because I was here on the last one, just to see where the book was. And it was nowhere to be seen. Anyway, because we have to talk about black Jewish slippage, because sometimes you may respect someone on an issue and they may be good on the issue, but a tougher issue may come up and they may be welting. And you need to know which race to bet on the right horse. So in 1923, they started the first Hillel House, which was at the University of Illinois. The Anti-Defamation League started in Chicago in 1913, the year Leo Frank was convicted. In 1923, at the University of Illinois was the first Hillel House, and soon started the B'nai B'rith Hillel Foundation. What I want to share with you is this part. It mentions that in 1908, the origins of the ADL. In 1908, B'nai B'rith and the London-based Jewish arm of Freemasonry formed a public relations committee in the United States, chaired by Bavarian-born Chicago corporate attorney Sigmund Livingston. By 1913, this committee had been renamed the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, with Livingston continuing to be its chairman until 1933. So that means that those who are researching this through the tape, you need to look up the name Sigmund Livingston in Chicago in 1913. But also that trace it to 1908, that it was the B'nai B'rith, British B'nai B'rith chapter, who wanted a public relations arm in America. So the British B'nai B'rith chapter in 1908, which was the same time that Rothschild was sending people into Palestine to colonize, to settler colonize, it was the same time that Rothschild and Rhodes started the Rhodes Scholarship in the early 1900 period. 1908 was the first period that a black Rhodes Scholar was selected, Elaine Locke. And we just want to remember that name of that year of 1908. Interesting, in the videotape, in the audio tape on the ADL, talk about the fact that the B'nai B'rith means sons of the covenant. Now, somebody needs to tell me what What is it to the Ark of the Covenant? What's that about? Steven Spielberg made a bit about a covenant. What was it? What's this covenant about? Pardon me? Supposed to be where the 10 Commandments are supposed to be at. Anybody else? Power. It's about power. Power. The whole world. All the power. Power. Anybody else? To keep it. Okay, anybody else? The Ark of the Covenant. Because if they're the sons of the covenant, then they got to be having something to do with the Ark of the Covenant. What was the covenant? And who was it between? Yes, brother.
The covenant was supposed to be between the Jews and God.
Through which person? All right, what, is Abraham in there anywhere? Pardon me? Somebody teach me. I want everybody to learn. Huh? Through Abraham.
But what about Melchizedek?
What about him?
Melchizedek was the one that Abraham paid tithes to, and he was not a Jew, he was not a Jew.
That's right, that's right. So when they say they're the sons of the covenant,
sons of God,
the sons of God. But then, and so as the sons of God, which is translating the word covenant, where did God give birth to them at? I'm just trying to raise a question here. If they are the sons of something, see, they're the sons of something now. You need to figure out what they're the son of. That's what I'm trying to get to. Now, I'm just trying to make a point. If they ain't the son of the right thing, then what is the son of? Son of the wolf. The Romulus and Remus. Okay. Cain and Abel. All right. You see what we need? And Reverend, you can see what we need. We need a consensus amongst our people related to all sides of the same issue. For example, an atheist won't have this discussion because they don't corroborate any of those other various stories. Black nationalists won't have the same discussion because they won't collaborate those same stories. But we must have an understanding of the story irregardless of which direction it will come in, because as a warrior, you're familiar with all sides of an issue because you want to be prepared to assist others, and you never know how you may assist the rest. So we need to understand those terminologies that give these people claims to things that confuse the issue.
That's right.
Yes, brother.
Marcus had a researcher, a world-renowned researcher in this issue, Gordon Maxwell. Yeah. What is your research and how much do you know about all that? That's right.
Okay. Now let's say this for organizational purposes. Before we with the white man, we will not be able to resolve whether it is or whether it ain't. Understand what I'm saying? You hear what I'm saying? In other words, there need to be a great decision made about whether there is a God, and whether this God did X, Y, and Z things. We will never resolve that before we whip the white man. So remember, we will resolve it after we whip the white man, not before. So don't inject it in a way that causes the confusion before we finish the mission at hand. Resolving the discrepancy will be greater when we beat the one who we know it ain't in. You know what I mean? See, we can have a consensus that if we whip him, the real people will have a chance to figure it out.
That's right.
But we must whip him first. That's right. And so we need to lock out the disagreement for the moment so that we can advance the attack against those who are attacking us.
That's right.
Check?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it means that we need to have an arena where we can bring in those various viewpoints and agree. We can have checkoffs, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. The first phase, we have a set of general agreements about certain aspects of reality. Phase 2, we prove those contentions that we made, and in phase 3, we hone them down to the best workable unit that will get the most of our people involved in dealing with the enemy. And that's just something that has to be done. Every time a black person is attacked under the guise of anti-Semitism, the terminology gets prostituted. The religious science gets manipulated, which means that somewhere for those who believe, they must arise to respond to those who are manipulating their beliefs. You with me? So that if the pastors believe this is their book, then we expect them to fight those who prostitute the book that they claim. Check? Okay. So we won't expect a black nationalist maybe to come with the argument over whether it was Abraham or Ashkenaz or Yahweh or etc. He will make the argument from a different point of view. And he will be strong in the strength of his argument or her argument. But we then expect those who do believe to fight those who manipulate their beliefs. And that's a proactive responsibility. How many perceptions of Tarzan have you seen? But you couldn't tell me who produced them. In general, yes, you know who brought the Uncle Sammy blackface perceptions. You know who brought them. Yeah. But specifically, the names keep escaping us. And you must remember that in those early 1900s, when the Birth of the Nation came out, and the whites were using imagery to galvanize around white power, that in that context, the Jewish community came out observing what Griffin had done and went and got their own white power and started concocting the images their damn self. All of the images about you were sowing the seeds of inferiority, establishing you as less than something for which they were claiming. But that started at the same period, that early 1900 period. They need to be aware of where it was and what it was. The first B'nai B'rith Lodge was in Jerusalem. The lodge established a library called the Medish Abanal Ved, the Medish Abanal, which ultimately became the National and University Library. It was the first lodge where Hebrew was spoken, and its members included both Ashkenaz and Sephardics. The lodge actively opposed conversion of Jewish children by Christian missions. It inaugurated the first Hebrew kindergarten in Jerusalem. So it's interesting enough that up until that time, all of the other lodges were not speaking Hebrew, which is important in terms of Hebrew being the original language. Of course, they're not speaking that language for many, many, many years and using Yiddish. What is that Yiddish? They tell me, y'all speak out, y'all tell me y'all speak out, throw it out. What is the language that most Jews speak? It's Yiddish. Hebrew was African. So they're speaking Yiddish because they're from the conversion of the Khazarians in the 9th century on their dispersal around Europe, and you know, from the Trace and on to the Celts and the Romans and all of that, they're all derivative. They all are Europeans of the Celts and all of that, Germanic tribes, Yafet Ashkenaz connection. They never had the tongue of the original Jews. There was always that of Yiddish. Sephardic spoke Hebrew. Those, of course, were the world travelers. Remember that it was the Pope who chased the Sephardics out of Spain, the Inquisition, 1491. And it was from Germany, as I mentioned earlier, that in the Beast and the Three Sixes tape, that in the 1800s they first produced the categories known as Caucasoid Negroid, and Mongoloid. In other words, out from amongst the German people, or the land of Ashkenaz. You look at an old map of Europe, where Germany and Austria was the word Ashkenaz, because that's what it used to be called before it became German. But it was the Germans who first introduced a new classification of race called Caucasoid, Negroid, Mongoloid. Why did they do it? Because if you understand what their goal was, reclassifying the world into new categories was important in identifying themselves as the chosen people. Caucasoid became the first world. Mongoloid became the second world, and Negroid became the third world, of which you are called today, the third world people. But it was the Germans, or the Ashkenaz, that brought to the set this reclassification. You won't find it before the middle of the 1800s. Prior to that time, each and every one of the races were known by their tribes, as opposed to by classification. So in other words, we're looking at the descendants of Trace, T-R-A-C-E, who were the founders of race. And the Ashkenazi Jews, who were the German Jews, who have Nazi right in their name, which is where Nazi came from. These German Jews, German Jewish people, or pure Jewish people, are in fact the developers of this racist philosophy of Caucasoid, Negroid, Mongoloid. This Mongoloid, Caucasoid, Negroid categories had them come forward and say that the Caucasoid was the original man. See, the original man was never even on the planet until the 1800s, and he was the German. You get the book From Babylon to Timbuktu by Windsor, you can follow the origins of the white race. And that biblical, and that connection, you will hook up with those tribes in that transfer. And there was a guy named Blumenberg. He was the first one to come out with Mongoloid, Caucasoid, and Negroid. Blumenbach. All right, check. There we go. So you need to look him up. He should be known in our community as starting the classification of our race as less than first. And that'd be very important. Sister Tiombe, are you ready? All right. You got that, hold your raffle ticket. Hold your raffle tickets and just take the bag. Okay? Now, I suggest you get that Anti-Defamation League tape, because in it is a lot of Jewish history as well as in the damn right Zionism is racism. So that when we pick up all of these philosophical misnomers, when we go back to the Defamation League, and I got a list up here, I needed to tell you who the dominant Jewish organizations are, so that you have an understanding of the width of what they claim they are to us. And I want to read you a paragraph profile of the alleged top 6 Jewish organizations and what it is that they claim that they do, which is in a magazine I had to buy the other day called The Jewish Report. Puzzle. Who speaks for American Jews and how much does it cost? What do they call this puzzle? Okay. The Jerusalem Report. And in here was an outline of who are the players in the Jewish community. Now, what sister is about to do, and I need to do it now, because after this, well, what's the time? Okay, we're going to run slightly a little over. Just a slightly little over tonight. A sister's going to take the collection for sister and I while I'm talking. Now, sister's going to have to wiggle through the tables. I would like you to do as best you could. A $5 donation would be fair. 10, 20, 50, honorable. Do what you can. That's reality. So sister's going to walk around and take a donation. Now, sister, once we make the donation, if In fact, if you have the ticket roll, maybe we better take the ticket roll and remember what number you start at. Do you want to do that? Oh, we do? Okay, we're just going because you got the raffle in it. That's all right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sister's going to take the donation while I'm talking, but I'm going to keep talking. Now, the reason why the question comes up of who speaks for the Jewish people, because when we hear from the brother about the Black-Jewish relations in Los Angeles, which just had a secret meeting with Mark Whitlock and Cecil Murray and who else was at that meeting? Who else was at that meeting? And I appreciate those of you all who were leaving and making the donation. I appreciate your support. Sister, no, just somebody went to go, he went to put donation. I appreciate him stopping to do that before he left. Sister, if you can you separate the monies? Or are you unable to? Okay, thank you, sister. Now, the reason I bring up who represents who is because when we get into the Black-Jewish thing, we're going to find out that the ones that holler the loudest for the Jewish people, in fact, only represent 20 or 22 or 25 at best percent of the Jewish people. How many people here feel that the Urban League and John Mack represent them? How many people believe that the Hollywood NAACP represent them? How many people believe that the Rainbow Coalition represents them? Well, if we were in a room with some young Jewish men and women, they may have said the same thing if I asked, how many of you all are represented by the Anti-Defamation League? How many of you are represented by the American Jewish Congress? How many of you are represented by the American Jewish Committee? Do you know they would have done just what you just did? Which means that the people who step up to speak for them, in fact, have no constituency. And only the wealthy back them up because as spies and penetrators of other people's activities, they don't need a constituency, they have a mission. They have what you call paper constituency. You see, if you go to the NAACP, they say we got 1 million members. Now, you know, they couldn't get 50 niggas if they called them. But they will say they have that many memberships, which is what white people give them $1,000 donation. They count that up as $105 memberships, and then they claim they have that many members. When in fact they don't have working membership, they have paper membership. And what's important about that is when someone comes to get leverage over direction, I think, Brother Jingles, is he down there? He left out? You got his tape? That his tape play? Yeah, but that might be exciting. Well, we just open it up and look at it. 300. Membership, nominally open arm of the B'nai B'rith, claimed membership, 150,000. Budget, 28 million. Director, Abraham Foxman. Salary, $200,000 a year. Reputation, conservative, enormous clout. Okay, sister's got to make her way in there. So, did sister miss anybody over here? Huh? She got anybody? All right. Now, it says the purpose of the Anti-Defamation League, and this is their alleged purpose, prejudice reduction, intelligence gathering on anti-Semites, advocacy of civil rights, church-state separation. That's interesting. Remember, they're a Masonic lodge. All Masons are for the separation of church and state because the goal was to be against the king and the pope and fighting against anti-Semitism for Israel. The American Jewish Committee, staff 200, membership 25,000, budget 18 million, director David Harris, salary $155,000 a year, reputation center liberal elitist, purpose advocacy of civil rights, church state separation, immigration reform, sociological research, contacts with churches, foreign governments. American Jewish Congress, staff 40, members 35,000, budget 7 million. Director Henry Seligman, salary 176,000. Reputation ultra liberal. Purpose militant advocacy of church-state separation. Litigates for civil rights, women's rights, active in Middle East affairs. The Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism, staff 14, budget 1 million, membership arm of HAHC, which has 1.2 million members. I don't know what that is. UAHC, American Hebrew, University of American Hebrew Congregations. Director, Rabbi David Saperstein, salary unknown, reputation very liberal, heavy clout. Simon Wiesenthal Center, staff 100, membership 385,000 contributors. Membership not consulted on policy. Budget 12 million. Director Rabbi Marvin Hare, HEIR, salary $163,000 a year. Reputation conservative alarmist, loose cannon. Purpose unearths Nazi war criminals and perceives anti-Semites. Operates Holocaust Museum. What city? What's that? Where at? And it's interesting that it's on Pico Boulevard because Rothschild set up an organization to do the secret infiltration of Palestine, and it was called PICA. PICA. You need to look that up and check the connection. Major umbrella bodies. National Jewish Community Relations Advisory Council. Staff 8. Membership 11 national Jewish organizations, 117 local Jewish community relations organizations. Budget 1.6 million. Director Larry Rubin. Purpose coordinates policy positions of 11 major agencies, serves as voice of CRCs, which is Community Relations Councils. Conference of Presidents of major American Jewish organizations. Know about this group because every time the Jewish community goes to the White House, this is who shows up. The conference, you got the other tape? The Conference of Presidents of major Jewish organizations. Budget 600,000. Budget 600,000. Staff 5. Membership 50 national Jewish organizations with a combined membership of 3 million. Director Malcolm Holein, HOENLEIN. Salary unknown. Represents Jewish community to government on Israel and Palestine issues. American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC. You should know about them. That's the Jewish political lobby. When Clinton became the president, the head of AIPAC, David Steiner, bragged to another Jewish man that we got the goods on Clinton. Give me a $200,000 donation. I'll see that you get what you need to represent your financial group. The man wiretapped him, played the tape to the Washington Times. The tape went public. The head of AIPAC resigned 2 days after Clinton won for president. And I bet you if you go through the LA Times, you won't even find the story. Did we get everybody on the donation? Did we get everybody? Anybody did we miss? I appreciate the support of all of you. Don't clap yet until the sister counts it. Because I sat here and worked hard one night, and boy, that thing looked like a big ball. I was real excited. That guy was 160 singles, which is all right. That's okay. Just don't spend a lot of money getting the lecture together. Now, World Jewish Congress. Oh, let me go back to AIPAC. Staff 150, budget 15 million, membership 50,000 individuals plus major Jewish organizations. Director Thomas Dine. Get the book They Dare Speak Out by about Paul Finley and others. By Paul Finley and about him and others. They Dare Speak Out. Director Thomas Dine, salary $177,000 a year, lobbies Congress on aid to Israel, Middle East, and arms sales. World Jewish Congress. It was Jesse Jackson who went to the World Jewish Congress meeting recently in Brussels, Switzerland, wherever Brussels is at, Belgium, wherever. It was there that Jesse went and spoke to the World Jewish Congress and announced that Zionism was a liberation strategy. They have a staff of 45 people, membership, Central Jewish Councils of 86 countries and 48 U.S. organizations. Budget $4 million. Director Israel Singer. Purpose: represents world Jewry before the UN and numerous governments. Council of Jewish Federations. Staff 90. Membership 187 Jewish welfare federations. Do you know in most cities the social service delivery system is dominated by the Jewish welfare agencies? If you go to any city, a Jewish vocational service, a Jewish Federation of Social Services, or some organization will coordinate your food pantry, your homeless relief system, your battered women's shelters, your what do they call them things? Not halfway houses, settlement houses. The Jewish social service delivery system dominates the field of social work. That you need to be aware of. Council of Jewish Federation, staff 90, budget 11 million. Director Marvin Carr, K-R-A-A-R, Carr. Salary $207,000 a year. Now, those are for the record. Jewish organizations and what they in fact do. Now let's go back to the ADL. It says that the ADL, small group of undercover operatives throughout the nation, is being paid by the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith to spy on Palestinian, black nationalists, and white supremacist groups, according to a San Francisco law enforcement official. The operatives rely on local police and sheriffs, deputies, to provide scores or access to confidential law enforcement and motor vehicle information in probable violation of criminal law, said the official who spoke on the conditions of anonymity. The official is close to the investigation of suspected illegal domestic spying by ex-San Francisco police officer Tom Gerard and paid ADL informant Roy Bullock. Now, the other day in LA, the first demonstration against the ADL was held, and this story appeared in your LA Times, Wednesday, June 30th. LAPD linked to spy case investigated. Law enforcement inquiry focuses on whether officials gave confidential information to the Anti-Defamation League, police chief says. Los Angeles Police Department is investigating alleged allegations that one or more officers compiled confidential information about citizens and turned it over to the Defamation League. The allegations were taken very seriously, Superintendent Williams said during a meeting of the Los Angeles Police Commission. An investigation was begun immediately. The results of the investigation, when it is completed, will be made publicly. Well, the ADL offices were raided in November. More information was found in December. We're now in June, and you claim you've investigated immediately. My allegation is, what we will find, in fact, is that there was prior knowledge of the LAPD's collaboration with the ADL, and this superintendent knew it, the last superintendent knew it, they knew it in Philadelphia where they did it too. Now, you need to find out if Willie Williams has ever been to Israel. Because Israel takes many police chiefs to Israel. Did he do it? You need to find out. Is anybody here that works for him that can answer it for us? I need for you to listen to a radio show tomorrow night at midnight. Is that correct? Tomorrow night at midnight? On what station, Brother Mike? 89.9 on the FM dial. KCRW. Mike, the master mixer. Yes. Mike welcomed me in his home yesterday where we mixed a little Coakley, which he'll mix with a little music, and at midnight tomorrow night, while you watching Showtime at the Apollo, you can put Mike on. Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you too, brother.
Thank you, brother. Police Commission President Jesse Brewer. Is that a black man? What's to him? Negro? He's ex-policeman. He used to be the chief. Used to be the deputy chief. The Gates. Ooh, shit. Damn. Anyway, it says he echoed Williams' comments and members of the Arab American group who have, in fact, I'm going to take that chair there. Can I have that chair? Who have pressed the department for action on the charges, said they were cautiously gratified by the promise of action. This is the first time that we've heard from the commission that there is an investigation. Now, there's something important coming up that I want you to pick up out of this story. The disclosures Tuesday marked the first time that the LAPD, now you can leave it up because I'll get up there in a minute. It's the first time that the LAPD publicly acknowledged that it is probing charges that at least one officer within the department may have turned over confidential information to the Anti-Defamation League or to an investigator who worked for the group. Those charges grew out of the San Francisco investigation. Now, in the back of the story is an interesting comment about the march against the ADL, which we got a report from Brother Ostenu the other day, who gave us an informative breakdown about something that he noticed that was peculiar at the demonstration. And it's mentioned in the back of the article. It says, Bert Dynamite, who with Alderman Farrell, ex-Alderman Farrell, had come out against the ADL, and Bert Dynamite was asking for them to be investigated, which I hear many people felt was rare. And it says that Merv Dynamite and Farrell asked for the investigation to be conducted. It says that Dynamite urged the department to investigate the charges, saying that they undermine the confidence building that the commission has embarked upon with considerable success. Members of the group that addressed the police commission Tuesday said that their fears about the LAPD surveillance were heightened by what they considered suspicious police conduct at the rally last week. Demonstrators gathered outside the ADL headquarters in Westwood. What's that address?
10495 Santa Monica Boulevard.
10459 Santa Monica Boulevard. Oh, say it again.
10495.
10495 Santa Monica Avenue. Boulevard, what floor?
We were outside.
Okay, we need to be inside. Now, demonstrators gathered outside the ADL headquarters in Westwood last Tuesday. Bada said he accused the LAPD of sending a plainclothes photographer to take pictures of the protesters. Bada said demonstrators knew the photographer was a police officer because they seen him earlier in the day riding in the car with the LAPD.
They use them all the time.
They use them all the time. Those of you you that was there at the demonstration told me you saw that policeman shooting those pictures of the demonstrators, didn't you? The point to that is that if they were sent by the LAPD, then how can they investigate themselves when it comes to the ADL? Because if you're lawfully demonstrating in front of a location, to shoot your picture is of no necessity. Why does the ADL says they're fighting anti-Semitism. So the ADL has license plates on citizens. If you're fighting anti-Semitism, why do you have driver's license photographs, criminal histories, fingerprint information on surveillance targets? You're fighting anti-Semitism. What do you need their fingerprints for? The name, address. Well, see, the fingerprints could be used to see, you can take a fingerprint and put in a mold of wax and put on a weapon the mold and remove it, and in fact, accuse someone of a crime. Fingerprints. No black organization has fingerprints on any white person ever in the history of America. Not even its own white employees. Now make that suggestion. Driver's license photographs. When the ADL started to attack me in Chicago, they went to the City of Chicago Police Department to pull my criminal record, of which I didn't have one. Deputy Superintendent of Police calls me. How did you manipulate the file so that it's showing you have no record? I said, I know you don't believe a black man don't have one. There's no black man without one, but I don't have one. Next, they went to the Department of the Treasury of the city to see if I had a special grant because I was the lowest paid person in the mayor's office. They went to the Secretary of State to pull my driver's license and found out I didn't have one. I've never had one, ever. And that's so peculiar that they, in fact, had someone call me and ask me where was the license at, seeing that every black man got a driver's license. You got to give me a car. So, no, I don't have one. I never had one. But the point of it is that's where they start when they attack a target, not over your commentary. So when the LAPD is substantiated as having shot pictures, is there anybody here tonight from the Los Angeles Police Department? Please raise your hand. Anybody here from the LAPD? There's nothing wrong with telling. Anybody here an informant for the LAPD? No, I mean, please, just raise your hand. We're not going to do anything to you. Anybody here work for the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith? Anybody, you can raise your hand, please. There's no problem. All right. Okay. Now, part of what the ADL does, once they get a profile of a person is, they hold a meeting like this. This came in the Chicago Defender. The date of the story is November 5th, 1988. Chicago Defender, that's the black daily in Chicago. In fact, that last paragraph on the end is a commentary from Merv Dynamite, which was a part of a series of discussions. Los Angeles. They were not on the agenda. Chicago and Jesse Jackson, Stephen Coakley, and Louis Farrakhan were the main concerns of the Jewish leaders at a panel discussion of Black-Jewish relations at the National Executive Committee meeting of the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith in Los Angeles last weekend. This is the National Executive Committee meeting, bringing up the names of 3 guys who live all the way in Chicago. It says, panelists were Congressman Julian Dixon, Mickey Leland, Melvin Levine, and Sherney Bromberg, director of the ADL's Community Service Division. With his opening remarks, moderator Thomas Hamburger, a member of the Chicago ADL Executive Committee, set the tone for the ensuing discussion of the workshop theme, Black-Jewish relations, where do we go from here? You see, every time there's a Black-Jewish relations meeting, the reason I'm showing you this could be any meeting, as brothers will verify. Never is the name of a white man brought up as a source of discussion about a disagreement, because black people don't keep names of the Jewish people. So outside of saying y'all in South Africa, there's not much said about perpetrators against black people. But the Jewish people call the names. And they then go get people and say, now I want you to repudiate these people. It says there, the Jewish community agrees that we can agree to disagree on some matters like affirmative action, quotas, and our reservations about Jesse Jackson, Hamburger said. Understand is the silence of black leaders in reference to Stephen Coakley, it pains us and mystifies us. What we don't understand is the silence of black leaders in reference to Stephen Coakley, it pains us and mystifies us. Knowing that they work off the Kabbalah, mysticism is right up their alley. That's right down their third eye. When they went to the other people in Chicago and around the country and asked them to condemn Steve Coakley, two things happened. Either they said, boss, look, the guy, see, I was at the lecture the other night, he busted on Ralph Williams for delivering that 3-day notice on his apartment for that West Brown Realty Company, because he was out there talking about the boule, and even though they know where he is in town and could have called him and say, we want you out of the apartment that we gave you, they just tacked the 3-day notice on the door with a nasty little note with a Ralph Williams has the signature on it, letting him know it's what he's saying that's getting him in trouble. You see, the black leaders know that Coakley will talk about your ass. That's what I'm saying. And because Coakley will talk about you, there was a mystifying silence about Coakley. And the dialogue was, look, boss, I need to take a ride on this one. Because he'll ruin me in the black community if you make me use my profile in busting him, because he'll bust on me back. He's pretty strong with the documentation part. That's right. Congressman Leland, who had not heard of the Coakley incident until some weeks ago after Coakley was fired, need a pointer. After Coakley was fired, so you're right, that's the honor of the African pointer. Right. So some weeks ago after, he had not heard of Coakley until some weeks after Coakley was fired from his City of Chicago position, reminded the audience that most people outside of Chicago did not know who Coakley was. And while it may have been important to the Jews, blacks had more urgent problems on their agenda. He walked right out of that meeting and ran right into a mountain. And it was a Jewish congressman named Abrams that led the search to find him. And I was told that some of those people were alive when they found him. Remember what he was trying to do? He was saying they're starving Somalia and Ethiopia 3 years before you had your Mogadishu incident. The two Jewish panelists, Levine and Bromberg, wanted to know why more black officials did not repudiate Jesse Jackson's 1984 hand-me-down remark and alleged anti-Semitic statements by Minister Farrakhan. If Jesse Jackson articulates the pain of the black experience, he does not represent the higher aspirations of his people, as Martin Luther King did. But remember, it was a Jewish financier named Livingston who laid down the big bucks and even wrote Martin's speeches. He was the communist that Hoover was monitoring Martin for, who lived till he died while Martin was murdered. I think defend other people's conduct, replied Congressman Dixon, obviously annoyed at the comments. Look, quote, we all look alike, but we don't all think alike. We're not monolithic. I can only speak for myself. If you want to know what others think, ask them. I have never, ever been invited to a Black-Jewish dialogue. Saying that I am one of the most profound on the Jewish question, I don't understand why they ain't never wanted my enlightenment in their meeting. But the success of the meeting depends upon a great preponderance of ignorance. For only the ignorant would even sit down with a fake Jew. You must understand that the issue of repudiation is very difficult when it is not generated from the heart. In other words, he's telling it, look, you want me to condemn Copley, I will, but I don't believe in it. And the Jewish guy say, look, I don't care what you call it. Give it to me. I want to hear it. I had one Jewish rabbi down in Louisiana. They had a big black Jewish center at Dillard. And Joe Lowry and all of them were condemning me, and the Jewish rabbi stood up. He said, look, all y'all get in the room and condemn Copley. I want you to go out there, out in the street, into your neighborhoods and condemn him there as real proof of your loyalty. That's right. Them boys say it's hot out there, boss. I can't try it. That's why you understand why I fight hard blacks who stab us in the back while we're fighting, because I understand they're dependent upon for the acquiescence in the attack of our leadership. If they hadn't made a Negro with Jewish money, they wouldn't have a group to celebrate the dark, ugly man they called Marcus Garvey, Du Bois did. W.E.B. Du Bois strongly influenced and controlled by Jewish leadership, including Joel Spingard, who was proven to be a spy for the U.S. government, who was the leadership focal point, mentor for Du Bois, and readily condemned Marcus Garvey each and every time they asked him. The politics of repudiation have been going on for quite a while. Congressman Levine noted that he's still working, ain't he? He's still there. Noted that there were many examples of cooperation between the two ethnic groups, that Jewish and black congressmen have been highly supportive of each other's most important foreign policy goals, i.e. the aid to Israel and sanctions against South Africa. And he's correct. Outside of Gus Savage, now former congressman, none of the Black Caucus ever voted against aid to Israel. And the reason they could vote $4 billion for Israel and $600,000 for all of Africa is because you have never pressured them on the subject. Look at the what?
South Africa. Against South Africa.
Ain't that something? And in fact, every time a Jewish magazine talks on black-Jewish relations, it's a small B. Together, we have resisted legislative attacks on civil rights. Sorry, that's wrong. We have resisted them effectively. We must continue to stress the importance of this coalition. But the California congressman also expressed his reservations about Jesse Jackson. Quote, I believe that it's fair to conclude that Jesse's past on Israel and on Jewish concerns has certainly not been characterized by an extraordinary sensitivity. And I think that we should be concerned about his political activities have energized many who are seen as not only hostile to Israel, but perhaps even the Jews in some parts of this country. Let's go back. Jesse Jackson, under his breath, calls him Hymietown, which means that he, like most moderate Negroes, under their breath, really might not like him. But because they dance for the money, I dance for the money, I dance for the money, and I'm sure going to get some more. Because they dance for the money, they stifle what might be their true feeling. I'm only saying that probably deep in their souls is the same level of resistance. It's just their compromise when it comes out to reality. mention Congressman Dixon, who earlier expressed admiration for the way Jews organize and how they support each other in business activities, was asked if he felt that his attempt at dialogue was one-sided, in as much as there were no opportunities for blacks to express their concerns about the behavior of the Jewish community. Now we have finally got a reflection from where were we at? Remember where we're at. We're in the National Executive Committee meeting of the Anti-Defamation League. And what we found out that they took a group of blacks in the meetings, and the blacks never even had a turn at bat. How you gonna play baseball with just a top inning and not the bottom? That's like trying to. Yeah, sure, you're right. So, yes, it was. He replied, but I see nothing wrong with Jewish groups talking about Israel. However, I do wish an equivalent number of black groups were talking about foreign policy in Africa. Well, however, that's relevant. But the point of it is that they jack these guys up behind the scenes. And when they jack them up behind the scenes, then we don't get any power out of these dialogues, because the dialogues are filtered with anti-black activity. Pastor, come on up here, let's talk. Let's talk. This brother has agreed to come here tonight to talk to us about black-Jewish relations in Los Angeles. And I want to have him, you would like to sit? Well, however, standing. Okay. I'll probably propose a question or two, just as background. And Pastor, I had you know, I'm really sorry. Okay. Pastor Emmanuel Purnell, right, of the Kingdom of God headquarters. The Kingdom of God headquarters. That's a big lofty title. And we're glad to know God got many headquarters. Like whom his. Okay. All right. And brother has been involved in black-Jewish relations here in Los Angeles? I've been involved in the Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance where all those things come in. Right, because, and that's important, he said that because in Chicago, when the Coakley thing came, they went and got the Catholic Archbishop, what's his name, Bernardine. They got Sterling, a guy named Sterling, who was like the main Protestant man. They got an Episcopalian guy, Frank Carey, Pastor Carey, and they formed a ministerial alliance on the Coakley question. And what he understands is that they bring these denominations together to do what sort of things? Well, for one thing, I would say that the whole thing is part of control. And I like to go back into the depths of that. Because right now, for the last 2 years, I've been down in front of the United States District Court claiming and actually pointing out that the religion of Judaism permeates the whole government. And here's how they've done it. And that gets all of us. Their concept of right and wrong, their concept of good and evil, their concept of justice, their concept of peace, their concept of freedom, even of the Constitution, every bit of it is right there in the Constitution. And when they have you to swear to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, they are automatically having you to swear, preserve, protect, and defend Judaism. In fact, they say, as Reardon did, I do solemnly swear. Solemnly, yes. Solemnly, yes. Remember. And Reardon did it too. Of course. In fact, every politician, every one of them, every, I would say, school teacher, every person who works for the government, period, every judge, and I believe it or not, when I said this to the judges, the United States District Court judges, you know what they say? You're right. You're right, they are. But you know what else is really happening? And frankly, I don't know whether they might try to kill me before I get even back to the place. But so what? I'm going to die anyhow. And I've always said that I'm going to die for what is right. And then we say it's about time that we stop having to die for doing what is right. Okay, all right, but you know what, though? You said something, Coakley, a little bit earlier. You spoke about a revolution, a change. That's right. You see, the message that I've gotten out of that book, and what I was brought up with, was about change. It was about a new kind of a government, a new kind of a kingdom. And frankly, the real issue with those called Jews and us, because they see in us the spirit that they were supposed to have, that they don't have. They hear in those spirituals the songs of the kingdom of God on earth, and this is what they were supposed to represent. And because they know that they could not have taken over this country, they couldn't have taken it over without having the race. That fellow Blumenbach, he was born in 1752 and died in 1840. It was during that same time that they were colonizing Africa. That same time. At the same time, they were also trying to really take over this country, I mean, full-fledged like they have it today. And they knew that they couldn't do it, except they had some way of dividing up the Christian-oriented people. Now, in this Bible, the Bible that I have, called the King James Version of the Bible, there was no reference at all to race, only the foot race. And this book also says, to have respect for persons is not good, for a piece of bread that man will transgress. And even another one says that you mark those people who cause divisions contrary to the doctrine which you've learned, and avoid them. For they that are serve not our Lord Jesus Christ, but rather their own bellies. And why are they doing it? For just that. But I want to go back a little bit here to the Jewish question. Frankly, as Coakley pointed out, and I know that if you really study the Bible, you will know that Bible could not possibly have come through Jews. It couldn't have. Abraham was born about 1300 B.C. You have the Hammurabi Code that was around more than 2000 B.C. Actually about 23 or 2400. You see some very deadly things in Abraham. You see, not only did he say he bought people with his own money, the so-called slave owner, but this fellow Abraham, when you really look at it, when he went down into Egypt, and he was always around Egypt, his son Isaac was gone into Egypt, so was Jacob, all the rest of them in Egypt. But this fellow Abraham, when he went into Egypt and lied about his relationship with Sarah, you know what the Egyptians did? They put him out. They say, you're going to defile the whole land. But you know what they did to him when they put him out? They loaded him down with stuff. But now listen to Abraham. When Abraham put Hagar out with a child, what did he give her? Now, a jug of water and a piece of bread, and put him out in the wilderness. Can you see how unjust that was? But in other words, but then you look at Deuteronomy 20 and 10 tells you essentially what they do. It says, when you go up to a city to fight against it, now that's your goal. Proclaim peace, come in the name of peace. And if they make you answer peace and open to you, then it shall be that all the people that are found therein shall be tributaries unto you, and they're going to serve you. And that's essentially what they have done. They lied. This fellow Peter Stuyvesant, when that group came in out of South America under Asalibi, about 24. It was about 1644. When Asalibi wanted to land in this country, Peter Stuyvesant said no because of their unchristian religion. But you know what Peter Stuyvesant didn't know? He didn't know that his boss were the Jews over there in Holland, because the Dutch East India Company was run by them. That's right. And so this fellow Stuyvesant was tricked, because Asalibi said, well, look, if we get a letter from your boss saying we can stay, can we stay? And Stuyvesant said yes. But Stuyvesant did not know that they had it. I want to say some other things to you, though, about this race situation. Now, Coakley made it very clear, and I was very pleasantly surprised to hear him use the name John Frederick Blumenbach, because this is a guy who actually did all the race classification things. And said, I'll tell you what, you can find it out at UCLA, the Biomedical Library. In fact, I'll give you even the call numbers if you want it, where you can go at Negroes that colored or whatever. They have played a pivotal role in almost every war that this government has been in, right? Almost every time. In the Revolutionary War, you know what the British did? They promised us, those people called slaves, okay, we will free you if you join with us. You know what Washington had come and say, wait a minute, we're going to free you, so therefore, and they did join with the revolutionaries here. Okay, but the other part, the War of 1812, same thing. But now this is when you're getting down to the time of the colonization society. The American colonization society was set up specifically to get black folks out of this country. That's right. But the other part, though, even before, when the Constitution was put together, it was put together with the religion of Judaism. And you know who says that? The the Central Conference of American Rabbis and the Union of American Hebrew Congregation. Right. They said themselves. Now, this particular little dollar bill, too, right? Of course. What's on the dollar bill? And in God we trust also. You have that. You have the star. Sure, it's there. The star. And them 13 stars. It's all there. But now, this particular package, I've probably passed out maybe about almost 100,000 of these down in front of the United States District Court, also in front of the State Office building. And here it's called religious favoritism in public schools. And I go down the line with this. And on the back of it, I have copies, actually the reprints of what they wrote on how they took over the whole government. They said that they ignored the New Testament and resorted almost exclusively to the Old Testament. So it's like saying we have proof from their own words. And that was some of those college Jews come out and say, well, look, that's anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism. Now, they started that on me back in 1972. So when I heard about this coming out, I said, well, I don't see how they can possibly keep from having my name on that list. Now, I know they can't keep from having my name on that. And so I'm saying to you again, when you have their own writings, well, they said it, and some of those Jews, ignorant ones, when they come up to me and charge me with anti-Semitism, I say, you go and talk to your rabbi. And when they come back, you know what they say? They're sheepish, well, hey, you're right. But they don't say it openly. Now, here's what the other plan for the revolution. There is a new concept of all those old ultimate values. And believe it or not, right now in the state of California, they have just adopted a whole pamphlet talking about teaching about religion in the public schools. And they're supposed to do it. Now, when we start together, so we want all points of view, and I like what he has to say there, we need to sit down and listen to one another. It's very obvious that we've come different ways. It's very obvious we've come different ways. And they want to make sure you come different ways. And right now, they've been controlling the input of the minds. Now, if you control the input of a person's mind, hey, you got them. And this is what, though, they've also done to the preachers. They came to one interdenominational ministerial alliance meeting and said to us, look, all of you that want to get big church buildings, there's a lot of money for you here. Who said that? Oh, mercy, it was coming out of the official government. In fact, some of Bradley's people was relating that. And so all these churches you see around here now, brand new buildings and big edifices, frankly, they are already controlled. And you know how they control them? In the first place, they have to swear that they're going to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. They have to. That's part of their Articles of Incorporation. When I heard Brother Copeland speak about tax-exempt status, when you got that, hey, you have already sold out. You are not being led by God and by God's Spirit anymore. Now you're being led by Babylon. You're being led by the government of the world. You're being led by Caesar. And so how in the world are you going to be prepared to take and possess the whole land when you've already devoted yourself to serving Caesar? You've already said, look, I'm going to serve you. And then that's what the people are doing. But I will say one other thing to you, is that as far as we're concerned, when we start, and even small groups, when you start to take a stand that is really true, that's going to lead to paradise on earth, you're going to see people gathering from all over. The book said they're going to come from the east and west and north and south. Listen, every nation, every kindred, every tongue. But they're going to come to the Word of God. They're not going to come to so-called race or the national division, the classes. They're going to come to the Word that leads to the kingdom of God on earth. Now, our whole organization, I would say, is based upon that. And there are a number of books. And this is the other part, one of the reasons that I don't even look to any large group right now. When those books are received in the public schools, a new definition of God, a new definition of love, a new definition of the soul, the spirit, the heart, the mind, even of the judgments. Believe it or not, those judgments are already written. It's just a matter now of a little time. And I say, as the army comes together, I'm talking about the army of the saints, the army of God's people, and they start to distribute those judgments, you're going to find a lot of folks going to be running. And one of the judgments is against the world churches, synagogues, temples, and mosques. You hear me? You hear what I say? It's real. And I tell you what, when it goes out, it's going to be a lot of burning. It's going to be some burning and some shaking. And then, but when it's over, when the saints are ready, and that's the major part right now, when we are ready to take charge of the government, then God's going to give it to you. Say, okay, there it is. Just go ahead and take it. But now, if we today, though, Brother Kofi, if we were told, okay, tomorrow morning, the kingdom is yours, would you know what to do with it? Would you know how to operate? It's a Revolution 101. So what I'm saying is that one of the things that has to be done first is the education, the preparation. And frankly, when it is prepared, then it's going to be very simple. That last trump's going to sound, and then the voice will say, it is done. The kingdoms of the world have become the kingdom of God. Those fellows, like they are indeed bought. They are bought.
And let me ask you, brother, who are the representatives from the Jewish community that show up at these meetings?
Well, frankly, see, they have surrogates that come in. These are people that are already, like you mentioned here, that meets with them, and they tell them what they want to do, and then they come in and do it. But I want to tell you, you can be sure that they don't like me. I'm talking about these preachers.
Okay, now I got to ask you one more time.
All right.
What are the names of the surrogates that you saw at the meeting? Right. See, this is the
name of the.
See, we couldn't write a Bible unless we call them John, Paul, Peter, Judas, Jesus. Right? Everybody had a name. Well, I suggested to Brother Jamal.
Okay.
That I wanted you to be here because what I wanted to do for the brothers and sisters here were to put a few names into the arena so that they could understand that when they left here, they had focus for their consternation.
Well, I want to say that you've actually called some of them already, like Chip Murray, okay, and the person who is his main bodyguard, frankly, to me, is a goon. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, no, I'm talking about
Butler or
Butler.
Mark Whitlock.
I'm talking about Butler.
Attorney Whitlock?
I'm talking about the one called himself Julius Butler. And I want to tell you a little example. There was some criticism that I had that I was passing out at First AME Church. You know what this fellow says to me? You can't pass out these things here. I said, what do you mean I can't pass them out? All right, so then what he did when he couldn't stop me from passing them out, he went on the inside and told his people, now you take them away from the folks and they come in. I said, that's the way.
I frankly just wanted to get to this part right here. And say that unity is the key. Now that we know how we are being disunited, we're going to talk about it on another day. Y'all been with me for the past 4 hours almost. That's a whole lot of knowledge Steve Coakley was setting out and Miss Brown was setting out. So we're going to pick it up on another day. But we're trying to prepare you to run a kingdom. And it's prime time that we put our minds to running, operating the kingdom of God. But we got to do for self. That's what the theme is going to be from now on. I'm Black Light. May you have a peaceful night's rest and an early morning rise. Assalamu alaikum.